Across the vast African savanna, every untamed kingdom stands ready to take on all comers. As the season's final rains pour down, the most formidable hunters will be swept into the ultimate struggle for survival, to stake their claim across the land. Which land do you belong to? Speak up before you witness it. Win or die. Survival battles of the most dangerous predators of Africa. In northern Botswana lies one of Africa's greatest mystery. The Savuti Channel does not follow the rain. It follows movements deep beneath the ground. For years, the channel ran full, turning the marsh into a green paradise. Then, the Savuti Channel ran dry. For decades. Every species that stays here must live with that unpredictability. This year, the channel is dry again, and the drought holds. One waterhole remains. It is the center of all life here. And the center of every death. Around it stretches a tightly woven web. At the top of that web sit 4 empires. The Lion Pride, led by Queen Amara. It has held this ground for generations. The Maro clan, famous as scavengers, but in truth misunderstood hunters. The Ember Pack, surviving on its own, by rules of its own making. And Keto, a solitary leopard, the one who always pays each time the other 3 empires collide. But the most dangerous of all may be the one that belongs to no grassland. It was there before the season of thirst began. And it will be there long after the thirst has passed. The days ahead hold only one question. When every territorial border closes in, which species will rule the savannah? Comment on a species before we continue the journey of Amara pride. Thirst drives Amara's pride off its ancestral ground. The prey has followed the water. To live, the lion pride must follow the prey. For a pride with cubs, this is the most dangerous gamble of all. The Nile crocodile. The oldest predator in this land. Almost unchanged for millions of years. It picks one spot and holds still for hours. Only its eyes above the surface. Waiting patiently for a single mistake. And that mistake arrives. Its V-shaped jaws are among the strongest in the animal world. Nearly 70 teeth built to hold prey and never let go. Queen Amara never takes her eyes off her cub, not for a second. And that vigilance alone drags the cub back from the line between life and death. For lions, fewer than half of all cubs survive their first year. Even where no crocodile jaws wait beneath the water. This river is the first link in a much larger web, where hippos hold the deep water. Crocodiles control the crossings, and every land animal depends on both. In a single morning, it reveals several rules running side by side. The ambusher stays loyal to one stretch of water, while the pride claims ownership through the strength of numbers. one shrinking river, and already more than 2 ways to declare who owns the territory. Dawn belongs to the grazing herds. A single mouthful of water here can cost a life. No animal drinks without lifting its head to watch. Where life gathers thickest, death stands closest. But by midday, the whole waterhole must give way. Elephants are large enough that no predator dares provoke them. Yet they only pass through, leaving the water behind for those who stay to fight over it. Meanwhile, jackals live off the mistakes of others. An entire tiered order turns around one shrinking pool. With every passing day, the water pulls back a little further, and the web draws tighter. Every species registers it, and every species is choosing a side. At the edge of the water, the Emperor pack has guarded this ground longer than any other empire. They have held it as though time itself were on their side. But in a season of thirst, a long history saves no one. Amara's pride is closing in. The African wild dog is the most efficient predator in Africa. Its hunting success rate can reach 80%. Three times the figure for lions. But that success is fragile, because after almost every hunt, part of the prize is stolen by someone else. What truly keeps a wild dog pack alive is its bond, not a line drawn on the ground. The whole pack raises the young, feeding pups that are not their own. And because they need a pack large enough to survive, today, across the entire continent, fewer than 5,000 African wild dogs remain. But this time, the pack's encircling tactic runs into a limit it cannot cross. Raw weight. A male lion weighs 5 to 10 times as much as a wild dog. The wild dog pack holds for a moment, then breaks. They are forced off their ancestral ground, carrying a loss that will never be replaced. For a species already on the edge of extinction, losing territory is a long step closer to the end. And this is how the land works as a web. Each time one species shifts, the whole system moves with it. The one that loses ground pushes another aside. And that one pushes into the territory of a third. So what do you think wins? Numbers and tactics? Or the power of a single individual? But the throne the pride just won will not hold until morning. Because in the dark, a third empire is already moving in. Night swallows the thirsting kingdom whole. Quito lives a solitary life. Hunting alone, eating alone, then dissolving into the dark before dawn arrives. The leopard is the best climber among the big cats. Strong enough to haul a kill high into a tree where no other claws can reach it. But the price of a solitary life is this. The kill gets stolen by lions and by hyenas alike. And so, for the leopard, survival means vanishing before it is ever seen. A new queen has arrived. But this territory has never been easy to rule. Even the prey here is strong enough to turn the hunter into the hunted. Carelessness always has a price. which is exactly why reputation can mislead. For decades, spotted hyenas carried the name of opportunistic scavengers. But in reality, between 60 and 90% of their food comes from hunts they make themselves. They are hunters in their own right. Even the famous laughter is a signal of tension and rank, not of joy. Within the clan, power passes down the female line. The offspring of a ranking female can outrank even the oldest adult males. The real strength of hyenas lies in how they organize. Small groups fanning out to patrol a vast range, then converging in moments every time the territory is threatened. The migrating herds pass through like a current, feeding everything here, but never stopping long enough to own anything. It is the ones that stay, the ones that hold a territory, that will fight for it to the end. And at the center of that web is the waterhole. The one resource that cannot be moved, and therefore the one worth trading everything for. With the male lion coalition patrolling the outer ridge, and Queen Amara hunting far away, the waterhole is left to young lions and a few females. Its strongest line of defense now empty. Now every advantage inverts. When a baboon is cornered with nowhere left to go, it can stand its ground against a lioness. A single male lion, when it has to, can hold off a dozen hyenas. But at this waterhole, there is no male. And a lone lioness can do nothing. Hyenas read this moment better than anyone. A hyena clan may number only a few dozen, or climb past 100. What makes them formidable is cold calculation. Waiting, counting, and picking the exact moment an opponent is weakest. Pressure and timing are enough, within minutes. The most important waterhole in the territory changes hands for the second time in a single day. In your opinion, does this battle mean hyenas are stronger than lions? Let us know your opinion in the comments. But now, the young lions lose for lack of numbers, not lack of courage. Dawn returns the land to stillness. The hyena clan walks the new border, leaving scent on every clump of grass. A quiet message that this territory now belongs to them. But the river remains a territory no one contests. In the water, the Nile crocodile reaches its full power. With a bite roughly 7 times stronger than an adult lion's. Yet those same jaws are delicate enough to carry an egg without breaking it. Power and precision in the same bite. But even against the oldest and most powerful predator here, there are still those willing to stand up to it. On the African savanna, numbers sometimes beat teeth and claws. And the African savanna is revealing what it truly is: a complex web of survival. Every predator is both a hunter and prey to another predator. The African fish eagle, with a wingspan over 2 meters, takes its fish in midair. Jackals trail the hyenas to pick up what is left. But a single defeat still does not shake the standing of the lion. Of all the empires here, they hold the largest territory. And they are the only species whose healthy adults have almost no natural predator. Four empires, 4 answers to the same question of survival. Lions rule through numbers and power, hyenas through organization. Wild dogs through loyalty, and a leopard through invisibility. On this African savanna, power always belongs to whoever holds the right resource at the right moment. And a single lapse of attention is enough to redraw the entire map of survival. Which species changed the way you see the wild today? The ambusher beneath the water, the pack that held its ground for generations, or the clan that swept in at night? Tell me right below. Hundreds of ticks. In folds of skin that a mouth, leg, or tail can never reach on their own. No solitary defense has ever proved sufficient. But the Cape buffalo has found a solution. Underwater. Wherever the ticks are thickest, that is where the fish swarm in the greatest numbers. For the school of fish, this is a nutrient-rich feast. Meanwhile, above the surface, the ticks become a familiar food source for yet another species. The slender beak of the red-billed oxpecker can probe into the deep crevices of skin that the fish could never reach. There is no overlap between the fish and the oxpecker. On the African savanna, survival is not always dictated by confrontation. Sometimes it lies in simple partnerships. Where every species involved reaps its own reward. It is precisely these quiet alliances that play a vital role in keeping the entire ecosystem in balance. The Amazon rainforest spreads across 9 countries, with Brazil holding about 60% of its total area. This is the largest tropical rainforest on Earth, where 390 billion trees of some 16,000 species stand shoulder to shoulder beneath a canopy 100 to 165 feet. About 30 to 50 meters above the ground. Millions of years ago, the rise of the Andes pushed the great rivers eastward, carving out the water system that feeds this vast living cathedral. This forest stores between 90 and 140 billion tons of carbon. and throughout its history, it has absorbed about 2 billion tons of CO2 a year. Though that figure is falling as deforestation accelerates. If the Serengeti is an open stage where everything unfolds in plain sight, the Amazon is a closed labyrinth, where even the sunlight must struggle to reach the ground. And at the heart of that labyrinth, among the shafts of light piercing the canopy into an ancient cathedral, a shape moves. A pair of amber eyes flares to life for an instant at the forest floor. Then vanishes behind the massive buttress root of a titanic ancient tree. This is the jaguar, the apex predator enthroned, unchallenged at the very top of the Amazon food chain. Across the centuries, countless indigenous civilizations of the Americas revered the jaguar as a sacred symbol of power and the spirit world. That magnificent sun-tanned orange coat is dappled with black rosettes. Each individual carries a unique pattern. As if the ancient forest itself had inscribed an identity onto every great cat. The Tupi-Guarani people named it Jaguar, meaning the one who kills with a single leap. And the name is no exaggeration. A jaguar is about 1.8 meters long and weighs 70 to 120 kilograms. Smaller than a lion, yet armed with the strongest bite of any big cat on Earth. Where the lion clamps down on the throat to suffocate its prey, the jaguar bites straight through the skull or the neck vertebrae. A single devastating strike, precise and decisive, with no need for a drawn-out struggle. But what makes the jaguar the true king of the Amazon is not only its bite. It is the ability to move seamlessly through every layer of space in its world. It plunges into the rivers to hunt caiman in their very own domain. It even hunts turtles, driving its canine eyes through the armored shell. No predator in the Amazon, or indeed anywhere on Earth, can operate so seamlessly across so many ecological layers. The territory of a solitary jaguar spans about 26 to 103 square kilometers, and it patrols every inch alone. No pack, no allies, not a single warning roar. Only silence and a flash of amber eyes in a single heartbeat among the leaves, then gone. The Amazon River, carrier of the greatest freshwater flow on the planet. More than 2,200 fish species live in these waters. About 15% of all freshwater fish on the planet, creating a density of biodiversity. No other river system on Earth can match. The unhiga, also called the snake bird, is the strangest hunter beneath the surface. And its common name is no accident. When it dives, its feathers are not waterproof at all. Unlike almost every other water bird, which sinks its whole body below the surface, leaving only the long, winding neck above the water. Looking exactly like a snake gliding through the current. But those water-soaked feathers are not a flaw. They reduce buoyancy, letting the snakebird dive deeper and maneuver underwater more nimbly than any other bird. When it spots prey, it does not give chase. Instead, it drives its dagger-like beak straight through the fish's body. Flips the fish into the air and swallows it whole. 'T After every hunt, the snakebird must perch on a branch by the river and spread its wings to dry in the sun. Creating an iconic silhouette that anyone who has visited the Amazon recognizes at once. Deeper in the river, the piranha, the fish with the worst reputation and the most feared in all the Amazon, patrols in schools of 20 to 30. Their teeth are sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. Interlocking like a saw blade, with a bite force reaching 30 times their body weight. A school of piranha can strip clean a large carcass in just a few short minutes. Not because any single fish is especially strong, but because they coordinate their attacks with a precision that is genuinely terrifying. But the truth is far from the myths of the movies. When food is plentiful, the piranha eats mostly plants and carrion. They turn to hunting live prey only when truly driven to desperation. The piranha is not the frenzied killer the movies invented. The piranha is not the frenzied killer the movies invented. It is the river's cleanup crew, keeping the ecosystem clean. But above all those underwater hunters stand two creatures even the jaguar treats with caution. The black caiman reaches 4 to 5 meters in length and weighs about 300 kilograms. The black caiman is a supreme ambush predator and the largest member of the crocodilian family in all the Americas. It lies motionless for hours on the surface, showing only its eyes and nostrils, looking exactly like a rotting log drifting lazily on the current. Prey comes to the water's edge to drink, suspecting nothing, because that log was there long before they arrived. The black caiman needs no speed. It needs patience. And 85 million years of evolution have honed that patience to absolute perfection. But the black caiman is not the only ruler of the water kingdom. The giant anaconda, 5 to 6 meters long and over 100 kilograms, kills by constriction. Coil after coil of massive muscle wraps around the victim, tightening a little more with each breath the prey exhales, until the heart stops entirely. The anaconda has no reason to hurry. It can hold its prey in that suffocating grip for tens of minutes, patiently waiting as each final breath grows weaker. Until at last, only silence remains. Once the prey is dead, the anaconda swallows it whole, opening its jaw joints to an almost unimaginable degree, engulfing victims many times wider than its own head. If the black caiman is a sword, swift, precise, lethal, then the anaconda is a moose, slow, patient, and utterly impossible to escape.
"4 years, holding a territory the size of a major city. In dry season, nothing challenges Kasai here. But this is flood season. The channel where Kasai's pride hunts now belongs to a creature 15 times heavier. The open plain where the pride ran prey down is now thigh-deep mud. Kasai's territory rewritten by 30 million liters of water every single day. Who truly controls Okavango? A cat 16 times smaller than a lion, with the highest hunt success rate of any African felid. 200 Cape buffalo are massing. It begins with the story of water. The Angola highlands receive rain from January. That rain builds into the Cubango River and flows south, unhurried, unstoppable. When the flood peaks in July, 30 million liters pour into the delta every day. Not one drop reaches the sea. This is a completely closed system. Okavango is called the Jewel of the Kalahari, not for its beauty alone, but because without it, every living thing across 930,000 square kilometers of surrounding desert cannot survive the dry season. Okavango is the last anchor. In 2014, UNESCO formally inscribed this delta on the World Natural Heritage List for the highest biodiversity density in Africa. By area, 130 species of large mammals, over 500 species of birds, 70 species of fish. In flood season, every boundary is erased by water and power redistributes from the beginning. Azura steps into the flooded zone for the first time this season. Cheetah is the only felid, with claws that cannot fully retract, like a lion or leopard. That is why cheetah reaches 100 kilometers per hour on firm ground. The terrain changes every calculation. Azura needs 8 to 12 successful hunt attempts each day to meet the caloric needs of the whole group. In flood season mud, each attempt burns twice the energy. 200 meters away, Tamer stands on top of a termite mound, listening. Serval has the largest ear-to-body ratio of any African wildcat. 32 separate muscle groups control each ear, compared to 12 in a domestic cat. Both ears operate completely independently. Left ear scans left, right ear scans right, creating three-dimensional sound triangulation. Tamer hears a prey animal's heartbeat through the surface of the water. That is the ideal distance to begin a hunt on firm ground. But between Azura and the gazelle are 180 meters of flood season mud. The gazelle only needs to run fast enough to reach deeper mud. Where Azura cannot follow. Azura stops and watches the prey escape. Continuing through deep mud burns more calories than the kill would return. Azura's 3 cubs were born 2 months before the flood arrived. The worst possible timing in the year to give birth to cheetah cubs in Okavango. The greatest challenge of flood season is not the water. It is the moving water. Every week, the map of Okavango changes. The island Azura used as a base last week is now completely submerged. Adapting to a shifting landscape is what Azura is teaching her 3 cubs this flood season. How to read water. Darker water means deeper water. Deeper means slower. The movement of reeds reveals current direction. The tracks of large animals like zebra and Cape buffalo mark the safe routes. Lechwe is the most vivid lesson that flood season teaches Azura. The lechwe's hind legs are longer than its front legs, the opposite of almost every other hooved animal. In flood season, lechwe becomes the one prey no one can catch in shallow water. And shallow water is 70% of Okavango's surface area for 7 months. Clean contact. Serval's hunt success rate in Okavango flood conditions exceeds 50%, highest of any African felid in flood season. Okavango flood season redistributes every advantage in ways no species can resist. Leopard, serval, cheetah. Every species finds its own solution, but only one finds the best one. Flood season demands more than speed. It demands flexibility. Mosey does not need land territory. She needs the channel. The lead female, 2,800 kilograms, 22 years old. Controlling 8 kilometers of the delta's main channel by the simplest method possible. She is always there. Mosey's pod of 22 hippos. The paths they carve into the channel floor are called hippo highways. Grooves 80 centimeters deep and 1.2 meters wide, running along the channel in the direction that optimizes flow. The channel ecosystem is maintained. Hippos also secrete a red-orange liquid through their skin, not sweat, not blood. That is hipposudoric acid, the only known natural sunscreen, antibacterial and antiseptic compound in any mammal. In 12 hours of daily submersion, their skin stays free of infection, free of parasites, free of the bacteria that fill the channel. On the north side of the largest termite island in the area, a herd of elephants is working, building. African elephant is the only species with the weight and strength to break through the raised earth banks between islands and channels. Humans spend decades and millions of dollars building irrigation channels. Okavango lets elephants do it for free, and the result is better, because elephants follow the natural water gradient, not an engineer's blueprint. Prey only 80 meters away, but between Kasai and the Lechwe herd is a channel 1.5 meters deep. A 190-kilogram lion in 1.5 meters of moving water is not a threat. It is a heavy object being pushed sideways by the current. The bull of Mosey's pod, present, standing, with 3,000 kilograms and 4 canine teeth, 50 centimeters long. First defeat of this flood season. Inside every cubic meter of Okavango water, a conversation is happening. In electricity, electric mormarid fish are the African electric fish group that use weak electric pulses to navigate, identify each other, and communicate in zero visibility conditions. Each individual emits its own distinct electrical signal, like an electronic fingerprint. A school of 200 can recognize one another in total darkness through this signal system. When the flood rises and underwater visibility drops below 10 centimeters, every conventional sense becomes useless. Catfish use whiskers, Crocodiles use pressure receptors on the jaw. Mormyrids use electricity. This is why the Okavango Delta supports 71 species of fish, more than any other inland water system in Africa of equivalent area. The Mzima pack has 11 African wild dogs, and one rule: no one eats alone. This system is a resource conservation strategy. African wild dog hunt success rate is 80%, the highest of any large predator in Africa. Not because they are stronger or faster, because they never chase alone. In flood season conditions, where mud slows every species equally, Mzima's relay tactic is unaffected. The Mzima pack spent 5 days mapping the new channel territory before beginning to hunt in flood season. 5 days observing water flow direction, the locations of shallow crossings, the daily routes impala take when drinking. Mzima knows the flood season terrain better than any newly arrived species. From day 6 onward, success rate climbs steadily, with each day of accumulated data. In the Delta's deepest channel, a species not on anyone's list of dominance candidates is preparing the most remarkable performance of flood season. African sharp-toothed catfish is not an apex predator in the traditional sense, but it has one capability that no other fish in Okavango has: direct air breathing. African sharp-toothed catfish evolved a supplementary respiratory organ, a cavity in the head that functions like a primitive lung, extracting oxygen from air instead of water. When dissolved oxygen in the water drops too low, catfish surface and breathe air directly. That capability lets them survive in low oxygen zones that every other fish species must abandon. Kasai needs to cross the channel to reach the land on the far side. In dry season, this is a 20-second swim through shallow water. In flood season, the channel is 3 times wider and 1 meter deeper. The hippopod sits between the start and the destination. Kasai has no option in this situation. The lion no longer controls this place. Cape buffalo have reached a threshold that no African predator can confront alone. A mature bull weighs 700 to 900 kilograms. The boss horn takes 8 years to fully form. A full force charge from an 800-kilogram buffalo generates roughly 2 tons of force, concentrated into an area the size of a thumb. Within the herd, mature bulls rotate sentry duty on a natural schedule. When one detects a threat, it stops and looks directly toward it. Within 20 seconds, every animal nearby has turned. to face the same point. The entire process runs through a network of head orientation reading and body posture. In flood season, the herd concentrates on high ground with minimal flooding. 200 to 500 animals on a land surface. That has shrunk to under 20% of its dry season size. That means the entire herd within 100 meters, instead of spread across 5 square kilometers as in dry season. The time from detecting a threat to full herd response drops sharply. Lion success rates against buffalo drop in flood season, even though the prey is more concentrated. Higher prey concentration means a faster and denser collective defense system. This is the lion pride's hunt strategy that worked effectively across many dry seasons. 2 flanks approach from perpendicular angles. The prey flees one flank and runs into the other waiting. On dry ground in dry season with scattered prey, this tactic achieved 30% success against isolated animals at the herd's edge. Kasai in position for the ambush. Wind direction correct. Ideal distance by dry season experience. But the herd does not respond like individual prey. The pride executes every step of the plan. But the herd does not panic. When the lead bull drops its boss horn and moves forward, that is the signal. 300 buffalo moving in the same direction. Creating a combined mass of around 200 metric tons. The herd does not chase them into the water. The objective is not to destroy the lions. The objective is to push them beyond the herd's safety radius. Once Kasai crosses that threshold, the herd stops and turns back. Kasai's defeat against the buffalo herd causes no immediate harm to the pride's health. Lions can go without eating for 14 days and maintain full hunting capacity. But this defeat has a dual ecological consequence. First, the 300-strong buffalo herd occupies the highest ground. That same ground is where impala and zebra concentrate. Being pushed outside the 50-meter radius of the buffalo herd means losing access to 80% of available prey in the zone. Second, this is how buffalo restructure the lion's hunting map in flood season. Without the need for continuous confrontation, buffalo hold the land. Impala and zebra learn to stay within range of that land. Kasai ends this flood season with the highest defeat count. In its short life so far, 5 weeks to dry season, long-term lion behavior research in Botswana recorded a consistent pattern. Lions that experienced at least one complete flood season between ages 2 and 5 had a 40% higher 5-year survival rate than lions that did not. Failure does not mean lost capacity. Failure means exposure to pressure that dry season never generates. And exposure to that pressure is how the lion's brain builds a library of responses for situations that inherited experience cannot prepare for. And Kasai, pushed back toward lower ground, learns what no dry season can teach: that the dominant species is not the one that never loses, but the one that survives enough losses to understand why. And next year, when the flood rises again, Kasai will not approach a herd of 300 buffalo at that same distance, with that same plan, because this delta does not forgive those who do not learn, but it never refuses to teach. October, the flood begins to recede, not suddenly, but a centimeter at a time each day, invisible to the eye in 24 hours, but unmistakable after a week. Mud exposed under sun. Within 48 hours of the surface drying, the first grass shoots appear. From the nutrient-dense sediment, the water left behind. Grass grows from this mud faster than any grassland on the planet. Because Okavango sediment carries alluvial deposits from Angola at 1,700 meters elevation, rich in tropical minerals that lowland plains cannot generate themselves. New grass is not just food, it is a signal. Zebra arrive in the second week after the grass appears. They can smell new grass from 20 kilometers downwind. Then wildebeest. Then impala. And when enough prey gathers on the new floodplain grassland, the delta calls the lions back. Firm ground returns 80 kilometers per hour to Kasai. Flat plain returns the capacity for straight-line pursuit. Open ground without dense vegetation returns a 300-meter visual advantage. Azura also returns to the dry floodplain. Hunt success climbs from 25% in flood season mud back to 45% on firm ground. Azura's 3 cubs grew through 7 months of flood. By learning to hunt smaller prey in difficult conditions, field mice, lizards, small birds in shallow water. Not the skills of an adult cheetah, but skills impossible to learn on dry ground. All 3 will become adult cheetah, who know what flood season is and know that speed is not the answer to every question. Tama loses the catfish frenzy advantage when the water recedes, but in 7 months of flood, she accumulated enough energy to reproduce successfully. 2 serval cubs beside Tima are the product of one rich flood season. Serval produce 2 to 3 cubs when conditions are good, and 1 or none when conditions are poor. Flood season is the best possible conditions for Tima. 2 cubs surviving to October is a rare success rate in the wild. Mosi and the hippopod stay in the main channel as the flood recedes. Hippos do not leave the channel. They wait for the channel to shrink around them. And the hippo highways across hundreds of kilometers of channel that the pod created through decades of repeated footsteps keep the flow deep enough exactly where they need it. And each flood season, the hippo channels serve not just the hippos, but every species that needs deep water in dry season. The end of one flood season never means everything returns to zero. The Cape buffalo herd carries new memory of channel crossings and recalls that Kasai pursued them from the north this year. Azura and 3 cubs carry the experience of flood season, and those cubs will pass it on to their own young. Tama carries 2 serval cubs that are the result of 7 months of accumulated catfish frenzy. Mosi carries 1 more completed flood season, in which the pod survived intact. 8 weeks after the flood drops to its lowest point, the Okavango ecosystem completes a recovery cycle that ecologists call post-flood succession. knee-high green grass across the entire low floodplain. Zebra return at the highest density of the year, up to tens of thousands in a 200 square kilometer area. And when zebra arrive at that density, Kasai does not have to wait anymore. Kasai makes the first successful kill after 19 days of inadequate food, on the very first straight-line pursuit on dry ground. The remaining water pools after the flood recedes become the center of the entire dry season ecosystem. Every animal must come to drink once a day, and lions learn early. That waterholes are places to wait, not to chase. Kasai knows every waterhole in its territory. And every afternoon in November, Kasai does not chase. Kasai waits, with the patience of an animal. That just finished 3 lessons across 7 months. Mosey and the hippopod hold the dry season channel through their own infrastructure. The hippo highways channel enough flow to sustain 22 animals through the longest dry season. After 8 years controlling this channel, Mosey has created a channel system the surrounding zone cannot exist without. Without Mosey's hippopod, the main channel would disperse into many shallow branches, with insufficient depth for crocodiles in dry season. Without crocodiles, fish populations would surge and consume all aquatic vegetation. Without aquatic vegetation, wading birds lose their food source. Mosey does not know she is the foundation of the ecosystem around her. She only does what hippos have always done. Stay in the water, feed on land at night, protect the young, and maintain the path the pod has used since before Mosey was born. Simple as that, and that simplicity is enough to build an ecosystem. UNESCO recognized Okavango as a World Natural Heritage Site because of a self-sustaining system that needs no intervention. 15 billion liters of water in each year. 15 billion liters of water out each year through evaporation and absorption. A perfect balance with no hand adjusting it. And within that balance, 130,000 species of plants and animals survive, many still unnamed. Kasai stands on the highest termite island in the area at dusk. The delta spreads out ahead, equal parts water and land, the boundary unclear even from the highest vantage point. Scientists call this behavior sentinel behavior. But Kasai is not watching for enemies. She is reading the terrain. Ecology has a concept called temporal niche partitioning. Not who occupies the most space wins, but who chooses the right moment. Serval chose the 7 flood months as a peak season, when catfish frenzy delivers enough protein to reproduce. Hippo chose the deep channel as a permanent domain across both seasons, because the channel never dries where the hippos live. Cape buffalo chose collective action as their weapon, one that cannot be broken by any single individual. Wild dog chose relay tactics, unaffected by changing terrain conditions. Lion chose speed and power, which dominate the 5 dry season months absolutely. Okavango is not where the strongest wins. Okavango is where the most fitting wins, the one with the right season, the right terrain, the right way of life. And every year, the definition of most fitting shifts with the rhythm of 30 million liters of water every day. Kasai has dominated this territory for 4 years without a meaningful defeat on dry ground. This flood season's 3 defeats do not erase those 4 years. They add to the map Kasai carries, the map of a lion that knows when dry ground is hers and when flood season demands patience instead of action. Okavango does not teach this through textbooks, but through 30 million liters of water every day for 7 consecutive months. Every year, no pause, no exception. And every species must relearn from the start, or remember enough to avoid relearning. Strength is not winning every battle. Strength is knowing which battles are worth fighting and which to wait for another season. When Angola's rain falls on the BIC plateau in January next year, the cycle begins again. Water flows down the Cubango River for 1,200 kilometers. Through Angola, through Namibia, into Botswana. 4 months to reach the Kalahari. And when it arrives, the delta meets it with everything learned from the season before. Serval will again command the termite islands when the flood rises, because termite mounds are still the highest ground. Hippo will again control the deep channels, because the Hippo highways are still the water's path. Wild Dog will again spend 5 days mapping terrain at the start of the season, because those 5 days are why the 78% success rate exists. Thabo will again mark the eastern termite island, because warthog do not abandon territory, only adapt to what the flood changes. And Kasai will wait again, patient, because lions know their season. This is Okavango, not where the strongest always wins, but where those who know their moment always survive. Greatest wildlife fights in the jewel of the Kalahari. Every flood season in Okavango rewrites the balance, and the species that know this do not need to win every battle. They only need to survive until their season comes. If you want to know what happens when Okavango dries completely, when the channels disappear and every species competes for the last remaining water, the next story is waiting. Hit subscribe and don't miss it. 30 million liters of water every day, 7 months every year. 2.5 million years without interruption. This is Okavango. And every flood season, the lesson is rewritten. Not in ink, but in mud and water. And the memory of species that have lived here longer than any human. The only question Okavango puts to every species is also the simplest. In this season, who are you? When the floods recede, everything returns to the brutal reality of the dry season. The African savanna is not the only place where evolution has forged a ruthless food chain. Nearly 9,000 miles away across the Atlantic, another great furnace burns. Here, supreme power does not operate under blinding light. It hides in shadows that crawl across the earth and whispers in absolute silence. Ground temperature reaches 80 degrees Celsius. Air rises like steam from a scalding pan, bending the horizon into shimmering, trembling mirages. This is the Sonoran Desert, the greatest furnace in North America. Stretching across more than 100,000 square miles of rock, sand, and cactus. Running from Arizona through California and cutting across Mexico. At first glance, nothing should survive here. The answer begins at the bottom of the food chain. Here, a creature that must live every single day. As if it were the last, the desert cottontail. Weighing barely 3 pounds, around 1.3 kilograms, and stretching just 15 inches long, it is a moving meal for almost every predator in the Sonoran. Its greatest survival weapon is a pair of massive ears that account for up to 14% of its body mass. Those ears are a perfect biological heat dissipation system. A dense network of capillaries inside the ear expands under the heat, radiating body temperature out into the air. Without this mechanism, the desert cottontail's blood would, in the most literal sense, boil from the inside out. At dawn and dusk, when temperatures drop slightly, the cottontail finally leaves its shelter. It moves using a technique known as shade hopping, leaping from one patch of shadow to the next, as if the ground between them were molten lava. Each leap carries a life or death calculation. The distance between two patches of shade, the sun's angle, and the direction of wind that carries the scent of predators. Every predator wants the desert cottontail, but not everyone dares touch the creature that comes next. The desert horned lizard is tiny, moves slowly, and at first glance resembles a rock that grew legs. Its body is encased in a layer of razor-sharp spines, making it a meal that is, in the most literal sense, impossible to swallow. Any predator foolish enough to try will find dozens of spines driving through the roof of its mouth. Its camouflage allows it to blend completely into desert rock and sand, but that is only the first line of defense. When cornered, the horned lizard activates a weapon no other reptile on the planet possesses. It shoots a jet of blood from the corners of its eyes, up to 1.5 meters. Its blood carries an intensely bitter compound that forces coyotes, foxes, and even snakes to spit it out and retreat immediately. The most terrifying biological weapon in the desert does not come from claws or venomous fangs, but from a pair of eyes. In the Sonoran food chain, the horned lizard has proven one truth. That defense is the currency of survival. No speed required, no great size needed. Just make yourself too terrifying for anyone to bother. There is one creature that has gone even further. It uses neither blood nor spines to defend itself, but weaponizes the fear of others. The burrowing owl, the only owl in the Sonoran that lives underground. Unlike its relatives, it hunts during the day, taking insects, small mice, lizards, and anything it can fit in its beak. Its unusually long legs allow it to sprint across open ground, making it a ground hunter wearing the mask of a sky predator. The burrowing owl does not dig its own burrow. It squats. Any abandoned tunnel left by prairie dogs, desert tortoises or badgers becomes fair game. When an enemy approaches the burrow entrance, the burrowing owl produces a sound that freezes every creature in the desert, the warning rattle of a rattlesnake. Not a real rattlesnake, just the owl itself, perfectly mimicking the sound of the desert's most feared killer. In the darkness of the burrow, no intruder dares take that risk. With no venom and no spines, the burrowing owl has turned fear itself into its ultimate weapon. Sometimes pretending to be dangerous is more effective than being dangerous at all. But this false rattle only works when a real rattlesnake is not nearby. In the Sonoran, rattlesnakes are always close. The coyote is the greatest opportunist the Sonoran has ever produced. Smaller than its northern cousins, weighing just 25 to 30 pounds, around 11 to 13 kilograms, with sparser fur designed to shed heat more easily. Small in body, not in ambition, coyotes eat whatever crosses their path. Cactus fruit when desperate, cottontails when lucky, lizards when convenient, and carrion when nothing else remains. Opportunism elevated to an art form. When hunting smaller prey, the coyote works alone. It waits, hidden behind creosote bushes, both ears rotating like radar, scanning for sound, nose working the wind. When a cottontail appears 30 feet away, the coyote transforms into a launched arrow, accelerating to 40 miles per hour, around 64 kilometers per hour. But on steep rocky slopes, the coyote concedes to the desert bighorn sheep, creatures that can scale vertical rock faces at 15 miles per hour. Only when facing large prey on flat, open ground do they shift to pack hunting tactics. Sunrise over the Masai Mara is a moment of pure magic. In the crisp morning air, the topi shake off the remnants of sleep. Some engage in clashing horns to get their muscles moving. They vie for the highest mounds on the plain, securing a panoramic view and prime status to attract mates. Those who come up short are moved to the lower ground. This lively dynamic marks a productive start for these creatures. But breakfast is always on the horizon. In the pride's first meal of the day, the hierarchy of power is clearer than ever. Although the lionesses handle most of the intense pursuit, the alpha male claims the privilege of eating first to maintain his peak condition. Sometimes the dominant male uses this right as a social discipline tool. If a female declines a mating request, the male may strictly prevent her from touching the prize she secured herself. This firm approach ensures he is always calling the shots during his tenure. A male lion's throne is a fleeting position. On average, a king only keeps his crown for 2 to 3 years before being unseated by younger, stronger rivals. When young males in the pride reach about 3 years of age, they are sent away by their father to prevent inbreeding and remove any seeds of rebellion. For now, they must simply follow their father's lead and offer comfort to their weary mother. The hyena clan has been vocal since daybreak. Now the sun is high in the sky. Yet the foraging party has not returned. This male hyena has just finished his search. He carries back a late morning meal. The aroma of this feast is quite alluring, drawing a female to the spot. This fellow is doing it all for love, even if he may not receive a single morsel from the meal he just secured. In hyena society, the ladies hold the reins. The females are larger and much more assertive. Males must endure a long, humble journey to carry on their legacy. They must constantly lower their gaze, tuck their tails, and step back whenever a female draws near. A clever male will choose to be a dedicated shadow. He will trail his interest for weeks or even months, maintaining a respectful distance and appearing as harmless as can be. He even learns to show affection to the dominant female's own young to get in her good graces, truly paying his dues to win over the queen. The demanding cycle of life for newborn hyenas begins with their very first breath. Unlike most other mammals, spotted hyena cubs enter the world with a full set of teeth and eyes wide open. Their quest for status ignites within the first days of life. To secure prime access to their mother, these little ones are ready to contend with their own siblings. This trial determines who will lead in the future social order. For the entire first year, mother's milk is their sole sustenance. They cannot process solid food until they reach 8 months of age. This reliance requires the mother to dedicate all her energy to protection and care before beginning a new reproductive cycle. This shivering newcomer has just been brought into the light. The moment it arrives, its journey is officially on the clock. The mother doesn't offer nourishment just yet. The little one must prove it is a fighter. Merely 15 minutes after birth, the young antelope must find its stride. Only after showing its agility does the calf receive the reward of nutritious milk. This urgency is no coincidence. The reproductive window for the topi is incredibly narrow. A female has only a single day each year to secure the next generation. Contrasting the grazer's instant agility, these hunters start off still wet behind the ears in total fragility. The dense thickets serve as a sanctuary for the newest members of the royal line. Lion cubs are born completely sightless and delicate, weighing only about 1 kilogram. They must remain tucked away in dens for their first 2 months to stay out of sight from other wandering eyes, and from their curious older cousins as well. This is the most sensitive stage. New life is shielded only by the protective instincts of the mother. Quite a distance away lies the territory of the lion pride, a large family unit. Prides in the Masai Mara can reach up to 20 individuals. Strength resides in the unity of the female alliance. They form a supportive matriarchy, where lionesses co-parent the young and hunt together. It takes a substantial target to satisfy the hunger of a large pride. The buffalo is a challenging prize, yet always enticing. Even when the strongest males have secured the catch, the young ones still hesitate, as if finding their feet in this world. Typically, the dominant males do not spend much time hunting. His role is that of a guardian of the boundaries. He patrols the borders constantly, marking territory and leaving scent paths to warn any intruders. It is all to safeguard the pride's reign and the well-being of the little ones. As the sun reaches its peak, the Masai Mara transforms into a massive furnace. To beat the heat and shield themselves from harsh rays and persistent hitchhikers, these giants seek out the mud wallows. The damp earth serves as a protective coat for their delicate skin against the intense warmth. Unlike the elephant herds that use mud as a temporary mask, the hippopotamus chooses to rule the currents to beat the heat. An alpha male claims a stretch of water spanning about 200 meters, establishing his own absolute rule. These giants spend up to 16 hours each day soaking in the water or cooling mud. The hippopotamus lacks sweat glands entirely. Under the intense African sun, their thick skin is actually quite delicate and prone to sun damage if exposed too long to ultraviolet rays. Staying submerged also helps manage their massive weight. The current supports their joints, allowing this nearly 3 tons giant to move with surprising grace. Much like lions, a mother hippo does not feel at ease giving birth around assertive males. She must seek out a separate pool to welcome her only calf. Their connection to the water begins from the very first moments of life. Hippopotamus calves are born right beneath the surface and are natural-born swimmers. Even before finding their footing on land, they dive skillfully alongside their mother, using the water as a safe shield against shoreline hunters. Even so, one can never be too cautious. The mother cannot bring her little one back to the herd's waters just yet. She worries that territorial disputes among the males could place her precious calf at risk. The solitary mother becomes fiercely protective toward anyone who draws near her and her calf's pool, even if it is a lion. But a hunter is approaching. She is in need of a drink, but the hippo will not allow her to come any closer. Having raised young before, the mother knows exactly what this lioness is capable of. They are master hunters, and her calf would be quite a prize for them. A firm snap toward the head. With a jaw that opens 150 degrees and teeth far larger than those of a lioness, she easily convinces the predator to take a hike and forget her thirst. As the top-tier hunters retreat into the shade, the mother cheetah begins her shift. This is a clever survival strategy, seeking a meal while the heavy hitters are deep in slumber. Unlike the single mother working hard to raise a litter of 4 to 6, the males often choose a different path as they mature. They form a tight-knit coalition, often brothers from the same litter, to collectively safeguard a vast territory of 13 to 130 square kilometers. In the world of cheetahs, unity helps them hold on to lands rich with resources. A coalition functions as a truly egalitarian society. Those living alone often find themselves in poorer condition and rarely keep their ground against the competition of these close-knit male groups. Today, 4 cheetah brothers are setting their stage. The target is a zebra. Once the target is identified, the biological machine kicks into gear. As the prize is brought down, the outcome of the chase is clear. But the cheetahs must still eat quickly. The midday sun might keep hyenas from working for their own food, but it won't stop them from trying to muscle in on the action for an easy meal. With fewer leftovers from lions available, the hyenas of the Masai Mara are becoming more assertive than ever. At midday in the Masai Mara, the sunlight is an unrelenting force, seeking moisture from every living being. African elephants understand this better than anyone. They turn mud into a protective coat, a natural sunscreen for their massive frames. Once dry, this layer becomes a shield against pests and keeps their temperature from rising too high. While the adults enjoy temporary relief, the newest members of the herd struggle with their own bodies. Their small trunks make them quite clumsy. From birth to 3 months of age, the trunk is merely a decorative accessory. It takes up to 6 months for a calf to begin learning the ropes of coordinating the complex movements needed to grasp grass or leaves. Only at 1 year old do they truly master the skill of drawing up water. Fully mastering techniques like breaking tough branches or picking up fruit with the trunk's tip is reserved for those 2 years of age or older. Yet, within that clumsiness, the calves are always sheltered. Elephant milk is a premium nutrient source, rich in fats and proteins, allowing the young to grow rapidly at an average of 1 kilogram per day. Here, the concept of family is fully realized. The aunts, sisters, and grandmothers in the herd all participate in raising the little ones. However, the intensity of a drought sometimes tests the limits of endurance. The elephant herd is always on the move. Their journey spreads nutrients, levels the ground, and even clears paths through the brush. The matriarch leads the way as she is the most respected figure. But not every young one can keep pace with the elder female. A pressing thirst leaves the elephant herd feeling weary. This presents a prime opening for the lions. They set their sights on a young calf. The thing remaining is the profound sorrow of a mother with a heavy heart. Before the weight of her recent loss has even begun to lift, the mother elephant must already face the scavengers. A single mother faces her most demanding survival puzzle. Instead of hoisting the prize into a tree as usual, she chooses to play it safe by concealing it in an abandoned warthog burrow to stay out of sight from scavengers. A high-stakes decision. Any passing predator could stumble upon this feast. Yet, dragging the catch a long distance in 40 degrees heat is simply too much of a gamble. Another grueling trek begins. She must retrieve the precious gift she carefully stowed away. It is a path long enough to ensure the scent does not linger. A young boy. In the world of the leopard, young males tend to stay with their mothers longer than their sisters, sometimes up to 24 months. This is because establishing a solo territory for a young male is a monumental task under the pressure of other mature males. Nuzzling and grooming at this stage are the emotional bonds that strengthen the tie between mother and cub. Now she will guide the youngster to where his favorite meal awaits. From 6 to 8 weeks of age, the cub has already begun sampling meat, and soon he will learn to accompany his mother on actual outings. Leaving him unattended in a den for up to 36 hours is a gamble. Young leopards also hone their nimble climbing skills. On the savannah, raising a future warrior requires dedication and limitless patience. As the sun begins to fade and the air grows cooler, the night hunters prepare for their day's work. As the sunset paints the elephant grass golden in the Masai Mara, the air thickens with the urgency of the day's final cycle. This is the prime window for mid-tier hunters, where every move is racing against time in the fading light. Survival here relies on more than just raw power. It is a sophisticated logistical puzzle solved by the sharpest minds on the savannah. Black-backed jackals build their status on a rare foundation in the savannah: absolute lifelong loyalty. A black-backed jackal pair stays together for life, repurposing empty warthog burrows or old termite mounds into a secure family stronghold. The youngsters are looked after by their older siblings while the parents go out to forage. Young gazelles are not as fortunate. From an early age, their existence is a high-stakes gamble where the mother wagers everything. The tiny one lies curled up, pressed against the ground and staying perfectly still for hours. Their coat blends seamlessly with the dried grass and sandy soil. The mother bets that no one will stumble upon her young. But today, the odds were not in her favor. Jackals possess incredibly sharp senses. For today, a bit of luck also helped them hit the jackpot. The jackals quickly attend to the meal they easily discovered. They have little ones of their own to consider. The female black-backed jackal consumes the portions as fast as possible, turning her own stomach into a secure transport pouch. At the den entrance, the eager faces of the waiting pups show their anticipation. When the mother returns, the meal begins. Finally, they can satisfy their hunger after a demanding day. As darkness falls, all the pups must retreat into the den to stay hidden from those with keen night vision. The mother leopard's brief window of peace draws to a close. She must guide her little one to a safer haven. deep into the territory of the dominant male she paired with. Every step is a wager on the strength and well-being of the youngster. The innocent cub remains unaware. Twilight brings a welcome coolness, yet it also masks those who move in silence. The young one has reached the branches where his mother has stored a meal for the coming day. As a devoted mother, the leopardess maintains more than a single cache of food, but an unfamiliar scent lingers. Even though male leopards are typically larger, the mother is watching like a hawk and will stand her ground against anyone who dares approach her cub. The commotion draws the dominant male to the scene. He has shown himself to be a reliable partner. The intruder is turned away, yet remains fortunate to escape with his health intact. As shadows reclaim the plains, the most skilled hunters emerge from their hideouts. In the tall grass of the Masai Mara, a mobile radar station operates with total precision. The serval possesses the largest ears in the feline world relative to its frame. These satellite dishes are so keen they can pick up the footsteps of a mouse moving deep underground or in the thickest brush. For the serval, sound is scenery, and the darkness is her greatest ally. However, tonight's mission comes with more pressure than usual. In a hidden rocky crevice not far away, her nursing youngling waits with anticipation. This single mother is forced to gamble, leaving her fragile cub behind to nourish herself. Without a proper meal, her ability to provide milk will fade. Despite her slender frame, the serval is truly at the top of her game when it comes to efficiency on the savannah. Her success rate reaches 50%, a figure that completely overshadows the 30% of a lion pride or the 38% of a leopard. This proficiency comes from a blend of extraordinary hearing and unbelievable leaps. Long legs provide the serval with incredible lift, allowing her to soar 3 meters into the air or leap 4 meters to secure a meal from above. The most vital step is identifying the target. All that remains is the final, decisive move. A female serval's life is a journey of independence and constant awareness. She must carry the weight of raising her young alone, without any assistance from the male. To keep her cub away from the prying eyes of hyenas or the intensity of leopards, she frequently moves her home, leaving no scent behind. The 1-month-old youngsters have started trying meat provided by their mother, yet they still rely on her warmth until they are 5 months old. Every survival lesson, from active listening to the perfect pounce, is taught through real-world practice with live prizes brought back to the den. As the final light retreats, the Masai Mara transforms into an intense sanctuary for shadows. For the wildebeest herd, existence narrows to the keen vigilance of hearing and scent. They stand close together, every nostril flaring to detect a stray molecule of scent in the night wind. Yet nature often favors the most capable. Strong night gusts not only distract the senses of the prey, but also completely veil the footsteps of those gathering in the darkness. In the thick darkness, the lioness possesses an overwhelming biological advantage. Their eyes are a masterpiece of evolution, with light-sensitive rod cells 6 times more effective than human vision. A reflective layer behind the retina allows them to capture every stray particle of starlight to reconstruct a clear image of their interest. However, superb eyesight is only one part of the story. A lioness carries a relatively small heart, making up about 0.5% of her body weight, which prevents her from sustaining long-distance pursuits. Her assets are explosive energy and extreme patience. The lionesses do not work alone. They function as an organized special unit. Through subtle glances and quiet vocal cues, they have their strategy down to a science, pinning their interest in a pincer movement. Those on the wings begin to direct the wildebeest herd, steering them straight toward the members waiting in the center. When the gap narrows to 20 meters, the silence is completely lifted. The lead female surges forward with an explosive speed of nearly 60 kilometers per hour. Amidst the chaos of 1,000 hooves, she zeroes in on a single individual thanks to her sharp motion detection. A sudden strike combined with a firm hold on the throat interrupts the air supply of the subject. A successful nighttime outing brings a survival rate of up to 30% for the pride, an impressive figure compared to their more modest results during the day. In this nocturnal kingdom, superior teamwork and vision turn these shadows of the brush into the ultimate masters of the life cycle. As the pride settles into their nightly feast, the surrounding shadows erupt with eerie laughter. The spotted hyenas have arrived, the most persistent figures next in line at the site. A resonant roar from the king is all it takes to keep them at bay for a while, securing the meal for the delicate cubs. Yet the patience of these scavengers knows no bounds. They are truly biding their time. They linger in the shadows, catching the inviting scent of a nutrient-rich meal. At the forefront of the cleanup crew is the spotted hyena, a creature with an incredible bite force of 9,000 newtons. This strength surpasses even that of a lion, allowing them to break down the sturdiest bones to reach the nutrient-rich marrow within. They aren't just looking for scraps. They consume the skin, horns, and every tough remnant left behind, going the whole 9 yards. Their digestive system functions like a natural chemical plant, with potent stomach acid, capable of fully processing even the most durable tissues. As the lion pride finally moves on, a new commotion begins with the arrival of the black-backed jackal. These nimble scavengers choose not to challenge the muscular strength of the spotted hyena directly. Instead, they utilize a cunning hit-and-run tactic. Possessing a sharp sense of smell that can pick up a scent from several kilometers away, they are often among the first to arrive. Their compact and agile bodies allow them to weave through openings, quickly claiming soft remnants before vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. They are opportunistic phantoms, surviving by being quick on their feet and knowing how to strike while the iron is hot when the giants leave an opening. The true conclusion of the feast belongs to the vultures as the first light of dawn appears. Though they often watch from the skies, they must wait for the mammalian hunters to move on before they can step in. These biological cleansers use their sharp, hooked beaks to clear the final remnants from eye sockets and the deepest reaches of the ribs. Evolution has granted them a featherless head for cleanliness when reaching deep inside, ensuring no unwanted hitchhikers cling to their plumage. With a stomach pH near 0, they neutralize potent pathogens like anthrax or botulinum toxin at the source. Vultures are the final stop for illness, ensuring the harsh conclusion of one's journey doesn't become a widespread crisis for the plains. In the Masai Mara, existence is a tightly woven cycle, where the remains of one provide nourishment for thousands of others. The dawn light reveals the bleached frame of the wildebeest, with not a single morsel left behind. The vultures take flight, cleaning the slate for the quiet start of a new day. The Great Migration is often seen as the eternal heartbeat of East Africa, a cycle of life that never truly comes to a halt. However, the years 2024 to 2026 have brought unusual shifts that have shaken up the old ways. Due to climate shifts and erratic rainfall, the traditional path between the Serengeti and Masai Mara is being redrawn in highly unpredictable ways. Instead of completing the full loop into Tanzania, many small groups have chosen to turn back midway or remain in surrounding private conservancies as long as the grass stays green. This flexibility is how they adapt to meet the challenges of the changing climate. Within this massive flow, order is found through an unusual alliance between very different neighbors. Though they boast overwhelming numbers of 1.5 million individuals, wildebeests are notoriously poor at finding their way. Fortunately, they have the zebra, the living compasses of the plains. With exceptional spatial memory, zebras recall every river bend and path from years past to guide the massive group in the right direction. In return for that guidance, the wildebeests bring a masterful sense of smell to the table. They can detect the scent of rain and moisture from up to 50 kilometers away, leading the group toward freshly watered pastures. This partnership is also visible on every stretch of grass they cross. Zebras, with their sturdy teeth, handle the older and tougher grass tops first. This naturally clears the area, revealing the tender young grass beneath for the wildebeests. They need each other to thrive, forming a perfect biological team that overcomes every hurdle, working hand in glove to keep moving forward. Known as the simpletons of the savannah, wildebeests are actually the planet's greatest ecological architects. With an overwhelming presence of 1.5 million individuals, they exert immense biological influence on every land they cross. The secret behind leading 1 million creatures to find the rain lies in their extraordinary sense of smell. A wildebeest can detect moisture in the air and the scent of damp earth from 50 kilometers away. This primitive navigation system is more precise than any man-made device, turning them into true storm chasers on the plains. Amidst the swirling dust, the constant calls serve as an invisible thread of connection. This is why they are also called the GNU. This continuous vocalization ensures no individual strays within the massive sea of life, keeping them all on the same page where visibility is often hampered by sand and heat. Their survival rests on a specialized physical design. Slender yet durable legs allow them to cover vast distances with minimal energy use. A newborn needs only 7 minutes after arrival to find its stride and match the pace of the adults. In this setting, a delay means the journey reaches a premature end. When facing the Mara River and its resident Nile crocodiles, collective intelligence replaces individual commands. There is no single leader who actually gives the order to cross. The decision to enter the challenging waters is the result of mounting pressure once their numbers at the bank reach a tipping point. Those at the water's edge are moved forward by the weight of the thousands behind them, creating a powerful and irreversible domino effect. Their role extends far beyond being mere travelers. Wildebeests consume about 4,000 tons of grass each day, acting as strategic mowers for the African landscape. This grazing stimulates the grass to return faster, softer, and richer in protein for other grazers, helping everyone get a leg up in the competition for resources. They are also mobile fertilization plants, spreading tons of nutrients to restore the soil's vitality and prevent land degradation. By clearing away dry brush, they naturally manage fires and protect the ecosystem from intense wildfires. Their contribution is the lifeblood of the African plains. They serve as a vital resource for prides of lions, leopards, and hyenas. Without this abundant energy source, these night hunters would find it difficult to sustain their legacy. Even the vulture flocks rely entirely on those who do not complete the journey to fulfill their role in keeping the environment tidy. However, to lead this massive energy through the savannah's maze, these simpletons require a guide with a superior memory. The black and white striped companions are waiting up ahead, ready to serve as the living compass for the great journey. If the wildebeest herd is the roaring engine of the Great Migration, the zebra is the navigational brain and the most valiant vanguard. Roughly 300,000 zebras participating in this trek are not merely tagging along. They hold the keys to survival that the wildebeests completely lack. This partnership begins with a silent agreement within their digestive systems. While wildebeests are ruminants requiring tender grass, zebras are hindgut fermenters. This design allows zebras to process the oldest, driest, and toughest stalks that other species often pass by. They act like industrial mowers, clearing the coarse surface layer to reveal the fresh green core beneath for the wildebeest herds. A perfect division of resources helps both coexist on parched land. However, the zebra's true contribution lies in its superior visual navigation. Unlike their companions who keep their noses to the ground searching for rain, zebras possess a topographic map in their visual memory. They recall the exact locations of reliable waterholes from years past, even when the sky shows no sign of a storm. With eyes positioned on the sides of their heads and exceptional night vision, they establish a 360-degree lookout system for the entire migrating group. Any slight movement in the thickets is detected instantly. When those black and white stripes begin to pick up speed, it serves as a silent command to the thousands of wildebeests behind that unwanted company is approaching. The zebra's resolve is most evident at the Mara River crossings, teeming with Nile crocodiles. Wildebeests might stand frozen for hours in hesitation, but zebras are often the ones to break the stalemate. With a cautious yet decisive nature, they are frequently the first to brave the water and clear the way. Those stripes charging through the turbulent currents act as a powerful psychological cue, triggering a domino effect that encourages the masses behind to follow suit. This boldness isn't reckless. It's the calculated move of a species that is always ahead of the pack. Once these striped warriors are settled on the fresh green banks, they leave the stage to the opportunistic hunters waiting for the remains. But before the shadows of the meat-eaters emerge, a smaller antelope species quietly makes use of the final green patches left behind by the massive migrating herd. The Thompson's gazelle is stepping in, bringing a more delicate rhythm of survival amidst the grandeur of the Great Trek. Thompson's gazelles steer clear of the crowds of zebras or wildebeests. They are the final ones to arrive, a choice that is quite a clever feeding strategy. While zebras handle the coarse stalks and wildebeests take the mid-level greens, they leave behind the short grass near the soil. Often called the microgreens of the savanna. This protein-rich specialty is exactly what the Thompson's gazelle prefers. They make the most of the nutrient-dense resources that the larger species unintentionally overlooked. To thrive as smaller residents, these antelopes have evolved into high-speed marathon runners. While wildebeests rely on strength in numbers, the Thompson's gazelle wagers its well-being on agility and sharp turns at 90 kilometers per hour. When facing a swift seeker like the cheetah, they perform a psychological display called stotting, springing high into the air with all four legs. This isn't out of concern, but a witty message to the seeker. Look, I'm in the pink, so don't bother with the effort. Their caution reaches its peak when facing the challenges of the Mara River. Unlike the impulsive rush of the larger herds, the Thompson's gazelles are the most selective and patient. With such a delicate frame, a strong current or an accidental bump from a wildebeest could lead to a permanent departure. They typically wait for the commotion to settle once the Nile crocodiles are satisfied or occupied by larger subjects. They seek out shallow, calm stretches of the water to ensure they remain safe and sound. Interestingly, aerial views show many of these groups are willing to bypass the crossing if the grazing in the Serengeti remains plentiful. They are expert risk managers, placing their security ahead of following the masses. As these small foragers finish their feast, the silhouette of another guardian appears atop the termite mounds. The topi is patiently biding its time for a turn. While the wildebeest herds pour their strength into a taxing journey of 10,000 miles, the topi display a practical and sharp philosophy for getting by. They are semi-migratory residents, often staying put in the Masai Mara territory year-round, rather than making the draining cycles across the border. As of the year 2026, field records show many local topi groups only travel locally between the plains and the high hills to seek out the fresh shoots appearing after the rains. They hold the moisture map of the reserve, using their deep knowledge of the terrain to stay in peak condition without expending too much energy on the move. When the wave of wildebeests flows in, the topi quickly implement a clever strategy for some added security. They blend into the massive crowd to lean on the safety of numbers, making it harder for seekers like lions or hyenas to narrow their focus. Furthermore, this is a feast laid out in advance. The zebra and wildebeest herds have served as dedicated groundskeepers, clearing away the tough old stalks to reveal the succulent young grass beneath. Standing tall on strategic mounds, the dominant males serve as long-range lookouts for the entire plain. However, this tranquility is but a brief pause in the symphony of life. As the pressure from the crowd pushes the migratory flow toward the lower reaches, the true testing grounds begin to emerge within the Mara River. There, prehistoric seekers with steel-like scales are patiently waiting in the wings, ready to turn this grand journey into a fierce and intense encounter beneath the murky waters. Beneath the murky waters of the Mara River, an ancient squad of prehistoric hunters silently sets the stage. This is the domain of the Nile crocodile, giants that can reach lengths of over 5 meters and weigh nearly 1 metric ton. Many seasoned veterans here have lived for as long as 60 years. They have observed the Great Migration since a time before humans possessed modern lenses to record the event. These elderly hunters know every bend and every ideal crossing point by heart, where the wildebeest herds will eventually have to pass. The true secret behind this dominance lies in a chilling level of patience. Nile crocodiles are masters of energy conservation. They can go without food for up to 1 year and still thrive due to an incredibly low metabolic rate. They spend most of their time basking on sand banks, absorbing heat and waiting for the only all-you-can-eat season of the year. When millions of animals descend into the river, one giant can consume an amount of meat equal to 20% of its body weight in a single sitting. The fat stored from these grand feasts is the lifeline that sustains them until the next migration season arrives. Since they cannot chew, these reptiles employ a famous processing technique known as the spiral surge. Once they have secured a firm grip on their prize, they rotate their entire bodies at an immense speed beneath the surface. The centrifugal force and torque are so powerful that they can separate joints and tissues in the blink of an eye. Entering the year 2026, the water levels of the Mara River have become more unpredictable than ever due to shifting currents from upstream. When the water is deep and fast-moving, this becomes the land of plenty for the crocodiles. Wildebeests swept away by the current become a meal served on a silver platter, requiring the crocodiles to hardly break a sweat to claim them. Though they do not truly hunt in groups, dismantling a large prize like a zebra requires pulling forces from multiple directions. Here, opportunistic cooperation arises. They are willing to share the bounty to take advantage of the rotational force provided by their neighbors. After the meal, their stomachs, which possess the highest acid concentration in the animal kingdom, process whatever remains. From bones and horns to the hardest hoof fragments, everything is completely dissolved. After every migration season, the riverbed is left spotless thanks to the thorough cleanup efforts of this reptilian army. However, on the shallows and along the banks, another curious figure waits quietly to tidy up the final scraps that even the crocodiles overlook. That would be the marabou stork, the street sweeper of the savannah. When the vivid feast of the heavyweight hunters concludes, the dark butler of the savannah truly begins his work. The marabou stork, also known as the undertaker bird, appears like an old man in a classic tuxedo strolling through the remains of life. Do not let this hunched posture and somewhat elegant attire pull the wool over your eyes. This is one of the largest birds in the world, with a wingspan that can reach 2.9 meters, rivaling the mightiest representatives of the African skies. Standing tall at a height of 1.5 meters, they tower over the scene, completely dominating the vultures bustling about. That featherless head and neck are a masterpiece of practical evolution. Much like a surgeon, the lack of feathers allows them to comfortably reach deep into the remains without worrying about fluids or bacteria sticking around, making the cleanup after each shift much easier. The vibrant pink air sac beneath the neck is not for storing food, but rather a sophisticated temperature regulation device and a tool for producing strange calls to attract a mate. Their most impressive feature is a long, hard and sharp beak shaped like a chisel which can pierce the toughest wildebeest hide with ease. In the survival cycle of the Great Migration, the marabou stork serves as the final logistical anchor. They consume everything from aged meat and fallen fish to the scraps that even hyena packs overlook. These are mobile biological incinerators, a team of unsung heroes who help clear health risks like anthrax or plague from the grasslands, ensuring the safety of the entire ecosystem before a new cycle begins. At Masai Mara in 2026, ornithologists have noted the incredible intelligence of these birds as they begin to shift their traditional habits. They do not just wait patiently by the riverbank, they also gather at waste sites near human camps or follow wildfires to catch insects fleeing the flames. With the personality of a neighborhood bully, they frequently shoo away vultures or stand beside the crocodiles to snatch bits of meat flung from the spiral surge. Though often regarded as the least attractive bird on the continent, without them, the savanna would be overcome by strong odors and serious illnesses. However, the appearance of the marabou stork carries a meaning much deeper than a free meal. When those pink air sacs expand and their eyes turn toward the horizon, they are sensing a change. Alongside other migratory birds at the Masai Mara, they are quietly forecasting the conclusion of the dry season. An invisible signal is spreading through the clouds, marking the return of the rain showers, the ultimate source of life that will drive the Great Migration to continue its epic journey across the final wild lands on Earth. Serengeti. A kingdom where shadows pursue and the sun challenges every living soul. But look higher. Above the dust and essence of the plains, another dynasty reigns supreme. This is the Empire of Wings, where these masters of the air call the shots. Within the Mara River basin and the inhospitable alkaline lakes, every drop of water is a promise, yet also a clever ruse. African fish eagle. An emperor dressed in a uniform of sharp contrast between the snowy white of the head and neck and the deep chocolate of his body. He does not merely observe, he is presiding over a court upon the water. His piercing call, cutting through the air, is the voice of Africa, a firm declaration of sovereignty echoing throughout the valleys. Yet he possesses more than just a voice. He is a precision instrument. From a strategic high point on the branches near the water, he marks a target, a silver flash beneath the waves. He launches. Gravity becomes an ally. With a plunge at a lightning-fast speed, he thrusts his talons forward like steel pincers. Biological sophistication meets the raw intensity of instinct. Beneath his feet are spicules, small, sharp, and sturdy spikes. They are the iron cuffs of the sky, designed to ensure that once the talons have locked, no slippery fish has a chance to slip away. Fish, water birds, or turtles all fall under his jurisdiction. In the Mara, the African fish eagle does not just hunt. He is reclaiming what belongs to his empire. Life in the water always carries a price, and this king is the ultimate debt collector who clearly rules the roost. The head and neck are bare, a hauntingly vivid pink without a single feather for cover. The sagging folds of skin, the lappets, turn it into a figure wearing a mask of age and ancient authority. But what truly establishes order at the Feast of the Remains is the massive beak, thick, sturdy, and sharp as a blade. In the kingdom of incomplete passings, the lappet-faced vulture is the only one holding the privilege of opening the way. While smaller scavengers stand by in helpless hesitation before the tough hide of an African buffalo or elephant, this figure steps forward. It asks for no permission. It claims its place, proving that the buck stops here. That powerful beak carves through the sturdiest fortresses of bone and flesh, stripping away stubborn tendons with calculated resolve. It is the absolute ruler of the remains. A single massive dark shadow swooping down is enough to bring an end to all chaos. Lesser foragers must draw back, making room for the king of finality. Even so, this is not merely a feast upon the fallen. This is a stern ritual of purification. By consuming what is left behind, the lappet-faced vulture sweeps away the seeds of illness, preventing a chain reaction of decline across the Serengeti. A specialist carrying the mission of a savior, ensuring that the departures of today do not become the calamities of tomorrow. Life continues simply because it has cleared the path by finishing what was left behind. In the kingdom of the Masai Mara, life isn't just lived on the parched earth. It's guided by invisible cues from above. Great herds of wildebeest might have a sharp nose for water, but they are never alone in their search for sustenance. High above, birds operate as nature's most elite meteorologists. They possess senses far beyond human understanding, allowing them to read weather scripts before the first dark clouds appear on the horizon. In the world of wings, every vibration in the air carries a secret code of the grassland's renewal. One of the most supernatural abilities is the perception of infrasound. Large storms or heavy rains, hundreds of kilometers away, often generate low-frequency sound waves, falling outside the range of human hearing. Birds like swifts and storks possess a sophisticated receiving system right within their skulls. They hear the rolling thunder and the heavy fall of rain, while these are still merely ghosts on the other side of the continent. When these flocks begin to gather and move in a single direction, it serves as a confirmation that life-giving resources are waiting there. The scientific depth of this gift lies in a special part of the bird's ear called the vitale organ. This is a biological barometer incredibly sensitive to atmospheric pressure. It took millions of years of evolution for these small beings to sense the slightest drop in pressure before a cold front arrives. When the pressure dips, birds immediately adjust their behavior by flying lower or seeking a new sanctuary. These changes do not escape the eyes of the antelope herds below. The movement of the sky acts as a compass for the weary feet on the ground. Among the prophets, the Abdim's stork holds the most venerable position, known as the rainbird. The appearance of tens of thousands of Abdim storks in the Masai Mara is a sure promise that showers will arrive within 24 to 48 hours. These storks travel on warm air currents that lead the rain fronts. They aren't just searching for food. They are riding the heat waves that signal an end to the dry spell. As their wings fold onto the acacia branches, the herds understand that green grass is about to return to the plains. The song of the red-chested cuckoo also serves as a wake-up symphony for the entire grassland. Local people call their distinctive cry Piet mi vru. This bird begins to sing loudly and continuously as soon as the moisture in the air rises, often several days before the first rains fall. This isn't a random song, but a biological response to the changes in humidity and the electrical charge in the air. This call spreads through the thickets, stirring the migratory instincts of millions. The link between birds and wildebeest is a wonder of shared information. Wildebeest may not possess superior intellect, but they are master observers who know the ropes. If large birds like eagles or storks fly in unison toward one direction, the antelope tend to follow, as that usually leads to underground water or freshly sprouted grass. Their high-altitude vision allows birds to see the greening on the distant horizon where a local shower has just passed, creating flight paths that guide the herds below. Conversely, if the sky suddenly goes silent and birds seek deep shelter, the herds know a major storm is approaching and they must prepare for a new trial of survival. Scientists have deepened our understanding of this relationship through data from Global Positioning System and Global System for Mobile Communications collars on migratory birds. These devices show a perfect correlation between bird flight paths and the river crossing schedules of the wildebeest. Birds are always ahead of the curve regarding the weather, and humans now use these very meteorologists to accurately predict when the surge of migration will reach the Mara River. At the threshold of a changing season, when the Serengeti heat becomes a severe trial and the savanna holds its breath in anticipation, the oldest guardians begin to emerge, not from the clouds, but from the very dust of the earth. Giants cloaked in solid black, striding like prehistoric shadows. Look at that face, a mask of vivid red skin, haunting and commanding. On the females, a blue patch at the throat appears as a badge of rank, and those long, unusually thick eyelashes provide a gaze that is hauntingly human, the eyes of a witness who has observed the sternness of the plains throughout 70 years of life. Southern Ground Hornbill, a true family regiment moving in a disciplined phalanx formation. With an exceptionally strong beak carrying the force of armored pincers, they hold authority over every creature below. From large insects and armored tortoises to venomous snakes or hares, nothing can slip away from this absolute search. But their true power lies in a mystical connection to the sky. They are called the Thunderbird. When atmospheric pressure begins to shift and moisture-heavy clouds are still forming on the distant horizon, the southern ground hornbill already hears the whispers of the storm, knowing relief is on the horizon. Their low, resonant calls, like marching drums, can pierce through the savanna mist for 5 kilometers. This is not just a call to their kind. It is a symphony of renewal. In this kingdom, they are the sages possessing decades of memory, maintaining their dynasty through cooperative breeding, where the entire clan protects a single bloodline. When the foe thunder from their throats echoes with energy, the entire savanna knows the reign of the dry spell is nearing its end. The heralds of the rain have spoken, and the destiny of the Serengeti is about to be rewritten with water. As the drum beats of the Thunderbird slowly fade into the distance, another aristocratic figure appears through the misty haze of the wetlands. A symbol of elegance in a land of intense competition. The gray-crowned crane. It does not walk like a seeker. It moves with the poise of a monarch on a royal tour. It is dressed to the nines in calm ash-gray formal attire with pure white wings, but true royalty sits atop its head. A crown of golden bristles shining under the scorching sun. The crimson and white patches on its cheeks and the vivid inflatable throat pouch are marks of a noble lineage, a haughty beauty that withstands the stern nature of the Serengeti. Each of its steps is a firm command upon the earth. Using a calculated and forceful stomping technique, it sends vibrations through the dry grass. This rhythmic disturbance causes insects to leave their cover, only to be reached by the sharp beak of the ruler. Grains or small reptiles, nothing can refuse the appetite of this sovereign. Evolution has granted it a privilege that its cousins in the crane family never attained. With unusually long hind toes, it is the only one capable of perching firmly on high branches, observing the world from a superior vantage point. It finds complete safety from the risks waiting below. Yet, the most sacred role of the gray-crowned crane is the prophet of the dance. As moisture begins to fill the atmosphere, the ritual commences. reverent bows and spontaneous high leaps. These are no random games. This is the secret code of renewal, a dance marking the divine moment when the rains begin to fall, signaling the ideal time to build new homes. When that golden crown bobs amidst the savannah, the entire kingdom knows that life is about to be refreshed. A ritual of hope, a promise of continuity performed by the sky's only aristocratic dancer. But amidst the stifling heat of the parched lands, as the cracked earth awaits salvation, a blood-colored dagger begins to flicker behind the thorn bushes. The red-billed hornbill, a creature of modest size but possessing the will of a resilient warrior. Look at the long, curved beak, as bright red as if dipped in flame. A perfect tool for unearthing the secrets of the dark soil. It does not fly in dull, straight lines. It moves in a signature undulating rhythm, swaying like the very breath of the savannah as it waits for the rains. On the ground, it is a dedicated mercenary. Keen eyes scan every centimeter of dust to seek out termites, ants, or stubborn beetles. When protein sources become scarce, it accepts gifts from the flora, scavenging seeds and fruit to sustain itself. But the red-billed hornbill's dynasty is not built through hunts, but through a ritual of profound sacrifice. When the first seasonal raindrops fall, softening the parched crust of the Serengeti, a decree of instinct is issued. This is the moment for voluntary confinement. The female withdraws deep into a tree hollow, surrendering the vast sky to become a prisoner of the future. Using mud, soil, and waste, she constructs a sturdy wall of isolation, sealing the entrance and leaving only a narrow slit, just wide enough to communicate with the outside world. A fortress, a prison, a profound effort to shield the bloodline from the reach of those who track them. Now, the fate of an entire generation rests in the hands of the one who remains. The male becomes the sole lifeline, prepared to go the extra mile by tirelessly transporting food through the tiny opening until the chicks are strong. Within the darkness of the hollow, the mother waits, shedding her old feathers to prepare for a rebirth. A steep price for safety, a dynasty nurtured in seclusion until the mud barrier falls and a new generation is ready to conquer the sky. In the furnace of the open plains, where sunlight erases every shadow and heat stifles the pulse of life, a phantom of the dust arises. Yellow-throated sand grouse. It wears a uniform of invisibility, a perfect blend of sand and gravel, making it a ghost within the parched savannah. The male, with a vibrant yellow throat and a bold black band across its chest, strides like a guardian of the arid lands. Yet beneath its quiet exterior lies a mission of survival that is as demanding as it gets. When the waterholes evaporate and a perilous trial begins to claim the next generation, the yellow-throated sandgrouse becomes a mobile canteen of destiny. This is a marvel of biological engineering. The father's breast feathers are structured like an organic sponge, capable of absorbing and securing precious droplets amidst the scorching heat. It takes flight, a solitary journey through searing air currents to reach distant water sources. There, it dips into the water, filling its reserves for the demanding journey home. Back at the nest, the chicks are exhausted by their thirst for life. In a touching ritual of survival, they surround their father, drawing every life-saving drop from the soaked feathers. It is a silent sacrifice, a bridge of water built in the heart of the drought. But the yellow-throated sandgrouse is more than a devoted father. It is a prophet. When the vast flocks begin to shift their flight paths, the entire Serengeti holds its breath. Their movement serves as a map to moisture, a signal that the rain-bearing currents are beginning to stir. Following the sandgrouse means following the first seasonal rains. These heralds of the dust are leading the way for the renewal of an entire kingdom, proving they truly know their stuff. And as the prophecies from the sandgrouse fade, an entity carrying the beauty of ancient myths emerges, marking the intersection of earth and sky. The hoopoe, the one wearing the crest of throneless sovereigns. A vibrant, pinkish-tan, fan-shaped crown tipped with black, which can spread with pride or fold back like a scepter of power. Its body bears a stoic pink-brown hue, contrasting sharply with wings and a tail patterned in black and white stripes like a zebra. A perfect formal attire for the final messenger of the dry season. It does not seek its sustenance through force. It works with the refinement of a skilled surgeon, and its timing is on the money. A long, slender beak, as sharp as steel forceps, constantly probes deep into the cracked soil of the Serengeti. It doesn't just search for protein, it investigates every crevice of dry grass roots to pull out those in hiding, larvae, crickets, or the most stubborn insects. No secret beneath the earth can evade its questioning. Yet within the kingdom of wings, the hoopoe holds a sacred position because of its voice. A rhythmic, melodic call resonates, piercing through the mist of the changing seasons. To the ancient tribes around the Serengeti, this is no random sound. It is a hallowed summons, a petition sent to the moisture-laden clouds, urging them to pour down life and wash away the dust. When the song of the hoopoe takes over the air, the savannah knows the reign of thirst is about to conclude. Still, dignity does not equate to vulnerability. In this demanding world, life must always be shielded at a steep price. To counter shadows like snakes or mongooses, the mother bird has developed a formidable chemical defense. A pungent, potent secretion is released, forming a barrier of scent to surround the nest, a firm deterrent to ensure the future remains intact. Sharp, sacred, and resolute, the hoopoe stands there at the threshold of dust and rain, a final messenger confirming that the pulse of the kingdom is about to return. As the initial raindrops descend, the symphony of wings at the Serengeti finds its crowning glory, a perfect conclusion to a season of proud endurance. We have just explored together the rawest glimpses into the relentless cycle of life and the delicate balance within the savanna kingdom. Which creature in today's journey caused you to look at the natural world through a different lens? Was it the steady, focused patience of the savanna's determined seekers, or the brilliant forecasting wisdom of the wings high above? Please share your thoughts in the comments section. Your appreciation serves as a tribute to these magnificent wild beings. Be sure to like and subscribe to stay the course with me on our next field expeditions, where we will continue to decipher the most mysterious codes of survival. The struggle for survival does not end where the tropical rainforests fade. Out on the savanna, the code of survival is written in dust and bone. Some manage to pull through. Most fall by the wayside. This is the 7th year of the drought. Who will make it through? Let us find out. Ultimate predators, world's deadliest battlefield. She is the oldest female in the pride. 7 years in this savage kingdom is long enough to learn that the savanna offers no mercy. Kenya's Masai Mara stretches for more than 1,500 square kilometers, from the Great Rift Valley down to the Serengeti border of Tanzania. After 7 consecutive years of poor rains, the waterholes have shrunk by 70%. On this land, a pride of lions still holds. This is a lineage stable across decades. Sisters, daughters, sometimes even grandmother and granddaughter, living together in a settled order. Under drought conditions, a lone female succeeds in only about 17% of her approaches. When the pride coordinates, that figure approaches 70%. After many years of hunting together, their coordination needs no words. The lionesses rush in one after another, leaping onto the buffalo's back. The back is their preferred point of attack. No horns, no teeth. The animal is simply too large to defend its own rear. An attack from behind can bring it down once the hind legs are disabled. And when the 1-ton giant falls, the hunt is complete. This is the strength of an empire. The strength of true queens. The pride's playful cubs are only 4 months old, each weighing around 1.5 kilograms at birth. In the first month, they depend entirely on their mother. But 4 months have passed, and the young are more active now. Today, they will taste the first meat their mothers have brought home. 900 kilograms of meat can sustain the pride for several days. But hyenas do not accept that quietly. But the calls of the hyenas reach another ear. One stronger and more ruthless than any of them. That night, something arrives, echoing across the territory of Malkia's sisters. It is not the familiar scent of the resident male, but the scent of strangers. On the savannah, when a male lion reaches 2 to 3 years of age, he is expelled from his natal pride. Exiled males find each other, often brothers, sometimes companions, from months of wandering. The coalition's strategy is not immediate confrontation. It is systematic pressure in 3 stages. Stage 1. Defeat the resident male who guards the pride. Stage 2. Test the reaction of the females. Stage 3. Remove every cub carrying the genes of the former male. On that night, the sisters of the lioness did not run. They did what sisters have always done. Malkia would be the one to carry the young away, for she knew the terrain better than any of her sisters. The lioness covered more than 13 kilometers that night. By dawn, the pride no longer existed in its old form. The African elephant is the most important keystone species in this ecosystem. These creatures do not simply live inside the ecosystem, they create it. This clearing prevents the encroachment of dense woodland, maintaining the open grasslands. Without elephants, the grasslands would gradually close into thin woodland, and the entire food chain that lions depend on would collapse. But the more astonishing faculty is memory. The oldest female in the herd walks at the front. She is 47 years old, long enough to remember every severe drought of the past 4 decades. She carries a map of water sources within hundreds of kilometers across her entire life. An elephant's brain weighs around 5 kilograms. Its hippocampus, the region associated with spatial and long-term memory, is considerably larger than in other mammals of comparable body size. Long-term studies in Amboseli National Park report that older matriarchs tend to lead their herds to more distant and lesser-known water sources during extreme drought years, sources that only she has visited. Elephants also communicate through infrasound, low-frequency sound waves below 20 Hz beneath the range of human hearing, which can travel up to 16 kilometers across the grasslands. They can detect water by scent from as far as 19 kilometers away. Elephants possess 5 times as many olfactory receptor genes as humans and twice as many as working dogs. At the elephant's destination, Nile crocodiles are already waiting. The shrinking water creates tension. An elephant's trunk contains more than 40,000 independent muscle fascicles, about 60 times the total in the entire human body. A strike at the trunk does not kill an elephant, but it causes truly pain. After a sleepless night and a day without food, she understands there is nothing here for her. Along the marshes around the waterhole, an entirely different creature stands perfectly still. The shoebill does not move for hours. It lives in vast wetlands where papyrus grows taller than a person. It has the bill of a stork. It hunts like a heron, and it eats things that have teeth. A newly hatched crocodile measures only about 20 centimeters and weighs around 100 grams. Because its armor has not yet hardened, it often becomes a meal. The shoebill stands motionless in the shallows like a statue and waits, sometimes for hours, until a young crocodile drifts within reach of that bill. Day 3. The nearest waterhole has had its tenants for weeks. Hippo's skin has no oil glands. They rely entirely on water to prevent dehydration and sunburn. To lose the waterhole is to lose everything. A 1,500 kilogram bull hippo is among the most dangerous animals in Africa when cornered. The lioness does not challenge the waterhole. She drinks from the edge, while the hippos pay no attention. But hippos are not merely keepers of the pool. The lioness needs food. From a raised granite outcrop, she watches a herd of Cape buffalo moving toward the waterhole. Cape buffalo remember their enemies. Research at Kruger National Park has recorded that herds recognize and avoid specific locations where they were once ambushed. Their horns fuse at the base into a solid shield of bone known as the boss, dense enough to deflect a rifle round. not prey for a single female. In the 7th dry year, she has no other option of sufficient size. A Cape buffalo's rear kick delivers enough force to fracture a lion's ribs. No lone predator can hold against them. She runs for her life, abandoning an impossible hunt. She brings nothing home to the cubs waiting in the rocky den. Day 4. Since the night the empire fell, the lioness has not eaten a meaningful meal in 3 days. Then from the east, before dawn, a low, hollow sound rises in the distance. The southern ground hornbill. The male inflates a bright red pouch beneath the throat. The Maasai have an old name for this sound, the voice that speaks before the rain. The southern ground hornbill is among the longest living birds of the African savanna, with a lifespan of 50 to 60 years. They do not live in pairs, but in families spanning generation. Chicks from earlier broods remain to help raise the next. That 3-generation family accumulates knowledge of local climate cycles across decades of observation. When air pressure shifts and humidity rises before the rains, the hornbills grow animated and call more frequently. She does not know what the hornbills are announcing. She only senses that something in the air is changing. Night 5. Another lioness emerges from the thickets. This is not a threat. It is a former member of the pride. Sisters recognize each other's voices at distances greater than 1 kilometer. The contact call is spatial data, carrying position, condition, and the degree of danger in the area. When 2 females unite, hunting success rises. Field research shows lions take kills from spotted hyenas far more often than the reverse. In some parts of Africa, up to 50% of what lions consume comes from food taken from other species. This is not the pride that once was, but it is a beginning. From the north, the sound of millions of hooves draws nearer. There are events on this planet for which no words capture the scale. This is one of them. Each year, 1.5 million wildebeest, 200,000 zebras, and 500,000 gazelles move in an 800-kilometer circle between Tanzania's Serengeti and Kenya's Masai Mara. The total biomass of this migration exceeds 900,000 metric tons, more than twice the combined biomass of every large herbivore in North America. There is no leader, there is no map, there is no plan. Wildebeest migrate because not migrating means starvation. When the southern grass is exhausted, 1.5 million stomachs drive in the same direction, north. In the Serengeti, when the early rains turn the southern plains into a carpet of green, as many as 8,000 wildebeest calves are born each day over 3 consecutive weeks. This is a strategy known as predator satiation, giving birth in numbers so vast that predators cannot take them all. A newborn wildebeest must stand within 3 to 7 minutes of birth. It must keep pace with the herd within 20 minutes. This is the minimum requirement to be counted as part of the herd. Calves that pass this test will run with the herd for hundreds of kilometers to the Mara. They differ from the lion cubs waiting in the granite den. Lions invest in a brain and body that will allow them to learn complex skills later in life. 2 strategies, 2 answers to the same long-term problem of survival. And both exist on the same plane, pulled into the same crisis. Before the migration reaches the Mara grasslands, it must cross the river. During migration, the Mara River runs at 6 to 10 kilometers per hour. The banks are steep, often 1.8 to 3 meters high. And when wildebeest leap from the high bank, many break legs on landing in shallow water. This is the most dangerous bottleneck of the entire journey. Thousands of wildebeest gather at the high bank, but pressure from behind creates a cascade effect. Once enough individuals reach the edge, the probability that the entire herd plunges rises sharply. The Nile crocodile is not a creature of this era. Their ancestors existed more than 200 million years ago, when dinosaurs ruled the land and the continents had not yet taken their modern shape. The Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction wiped out 75% of all species on Earth. The crocodile survived. An adult Nile crocodile can fast for 2 years without dying, simply by lowering its metabolism to a minimum. On the snout of a Nile crocodile are hundreds of pressure-sensing receptors the size of a pinhead, capable of detecting pressure changes equivalent to a single drop of water falling several meters away. When it closes its jaws, the bite force of a Nile crocodile is enough to shatter the femur of an adult hippopotamus. But that is not the principal mechanism. The principal mechanism is the death roll. Crocodiles do not chew. They sever and roll, taking one portion at a time. In the Mara River, during migration, hundreds of Nile crocodiles have waited for weeks, not for lack of opportunity, but because the moment when the greatest opportunity comes to them is coming, and it has just arrived. As the migration continues toward the Mara grasslands, what remains in the river begins to attract a different community. The crocodiles will leave nothing behind. But even the crocodiles cannot consume everything. On the western bank, Malkia and her companion move downstream. Away from the crossing where crocodiles are still active, searching for another point along the bank not yet watched. She and her companion will try their luck on a wildebeest that has not yet crossed. This time, she fails. This is the first time in Malkia's life that the western bank of the Mara is truly within view. Not in memory, not in instinct, but as a real landscape, observable, measurable. The grass is shorter than on the eastern bank, the sight lines are longer, and the scent of prey is coming from that side. But between Malkia and the western bank, the river still runs, and in the muddy water, eyes that need no light are still watching. Do not look away from your screen, because the breathtaking confrontation between Queen Malkia and the wetlands hunter, the Nile crocodile, is waiting for you in the minutes ahead. Press like, share and subscribe so you do not miss this moment of life and death. The wildebeest herd had already crossed before Malkia and her companion arrived. Malkia and her companion arrived late. What remains on the riverbank is no longer the herd. At every bend where a carcass lies, Nile crocodiles are contesting the remains. Having fasted for weeks before the migration arrived and then fed continuously for several days at its peak, the crocodiles are now in the digestion phase and defend what remains with a level of aggression higher than usual. Malkia knows the quieter bends of the river, those stretches the migration rarely uses. But the Nile crocodiles know those stretches of river too, and they've known them for far longer. The largest crocodile at this quiet bend has been here for 40 years. In those 40 years, it has observed and learned everything it needs to know about the prey of this stretch, including the time of day, the season, and which species arrive when. Malkia approaches the water's edge. From below, a pressure signal shifts. A tug of war begins. The Nile crocodile holds fast to the carcasses Malkia hoped to claim. What lies within their territory, no other may take away. Malkia steps back. Losing a contest in the water is not a loss of strength. The western bank still stands. The prey is still there. The question is not whether to cross. The question is when and how. The most complex variable is not the crocodile, it is the cubs. Each cub is another element not fully under control. Slower swimming speed than an adult female, incomplete reflexes, more noise in the water when startled, and no ability to handle the unexpected without direct guidance. Crocodiles are sensitive enough to distinguish pressure changes equivalent to the movement of a single drop of water several meters away. In muddy water, the noise of a panicking cub is a signal as attractive as any call. The first attempt takes place in the afternoon. The cub touches the water for the first time. Cold, swift, nothing to hold on to, and the response is immediate. The first attempt ends before reaching midstream. But that attempt has left behind something more important than the outcome. Everything that follows, each approach to water, each sound of a wave, will be compared against that original template. And that original template has now been recorded. Research on Lion River crossing behavior in the Mara records a consistent pattern. Females that succeed in crossing with cubs tend to choose the hours around dawn. This is when water temperature is at its lowest, reducing crocodile activity. When the light is enough to see danger, but not yet enough for prey on the far bank to see the lion approaching. And when the current is usually at its daily minimum, as no rain has come since the night before. Dawn of the 7th day. The temperature of the Mara is at its lowest in 24 hours. The crocodiles are still present, but their responses are slower than in daylight. Malkia goes first. She chooses the narrowest bend in sight, with firm ground on the western bank visible from 90 meters away, and a location where the largest crocodile has not been sighted in the last 4 hours. Malkia begins the crossing. That glance delivers the signal of safety. Next comes the first cub. The second cub follows. For a moment, everything seems to go well, but turning points often arrive in the final minutes. And the eastern bank gives way beneath her hind legs. Not a full collapse. Not an immediate disaster. Only a section of earth weakened from below by days of migration passing over it. She tries. She cannot break free. The earth keeps giving way. Time begins to compound against her. The pressure receptors on the crocodile's snout register a new signal. Prey struggling in a fixed location. They read the panic. The members already on the western bank cannot help but respond. On land, Malkia would almost certainly prevail. But the waterline is the boundary where both species reach the limit of their evolutionary advantage. Both sides tire, and by lasting, that confrontation decides that there will be another occasion. But not today. On the other side, the sound of struggle in the water stops. The other crocodiles have taken her companion beneath the dark current. Malkia looks in that direction. There is nothing left. The western bank is new ground, and new ground is the opportunity that the eastern bank, now occupied by the male coalition, no longer offers. Malkia lost a huntress to arrive here. That cannot be changed. It can only change what happens next. The western bank has shorter grass, the sightlines are longer, and the prey density is at its highest. Ahead of them, a wildebeest drifts from the group, its left leg stiff from an old wound. This antelope can reach sprints of 97 kilometers per hour, but this one, today, cannot. The chase is short. It succeeds. This is the first nourishing meal in 6 days. The ecological map of this new territory begins to take shape with this first hunt. And after enough seasons and enough trial and error, that map will become as precise as the one lost on the eastern bank. A territory is claimed. As Malkia and her companion take their meal, other creatures have been watching from a distance. The spotted hyena is not the unworthy scavenger that centuries of cultural imagery have suggested. This predator hunts its own food in 70 to 95% of its meals. It is one of the most efficient hunters on the grasslands, possessing the strongest bite force among land carnivores, sufficient to fracture bone in a single closure of the jaws. Spotted hyenas belong to the Feliformia, the same evolutionary branch as cats, not dogs. And their social structure is more sophisticated than most African carnivores. A spotted hyena clan is ruled by a matriarch, who stands above every male in the clan hierarchy. Her daughters inherit rank before they are old enough to hunt. Long-term studies at the Mara record that. Matriarchs recognize and distinguish individuals of neighboring clans after months apart, maintaining a detailed social memory of the behavior and rank of every rival in the territory. The clan approaches from behind. The two lionesses recognize their laughing calls from more than half a kilometer away. No confrontation is needed. The lions hold their position at the kill, and the hyenas wait at the outer ring. Above, the lappet-faced vulture, the largest vulture in Africa with a wingspan of up to 2.7 meters, has been circling since before sunrise. They glide on the thermals, rising from the sun-warmed savanna, tracking not only the ground, but each other as well. This is a distributed information system with no coordinator, more efficient than any centralized system could be designed to be. The stomach of a vulture contains acid at a pH close to 0, enough to neutralize anthrax, cholera, and botulinum toxins that would be fatal to most other animals. Without vultures, carcasses accumulate and disease spreads. Spotted hyena, vulture, crocodile, lion. None of these animals know what role they play in the larger circle. They are only feeding, only living. And because all of them live according to their own instinct, the ecosystem continues to function. "6 days, all that was built across many years, or all that must be learned in order to endure, can be undone. Life is not seized by strength alone, nor is it built on luck. Lions survive by gathering and carrying knowledge of the grasslands, of the prey, of their own kind, enough to make the right choices in the moments that decide survival. The survivor is not the strongest, but the one who learns best from each failure before the next one arrives. The Mara remains, the coalition remains, the crocodile remains, rivals remain, and the next dry season will come, and it will spare no one who is not prepared. On the plains of the Masai Mara, the circle of survival continues. The coalition searches for new territory. The pride redraws its boundaries. The crocodile lies in wait for next year's migration. Together, they operate an ecological machine that has run without pause since long before humans learned to ask questions about it. And perhaps that is the most important thing to remember. That in that endless turning, the throne of the savage kingdom has never stood empty. To understand the force that keeps this machine running, look to the highest ground of the savannah, where order is set by those who carry the bloodline of kings. moving toward the southeast of Kruger, fertile basalt plains from ancient lava. Nourish the most nutrient-rich sweetgrasses in the park. This is a magnet attracting massive herds of herbivores. And naturally, where there is prey, there are those who govern. Unlike all other feline species that live solitary lives, lions are highly social creatures. The core of a pride is the sisterhood core. These related lionesses live together, hunt together, and raise their young together on the same territory for a lifetime. When the patrolling males return, a special ritual takes place, the greeting ceremony. This is how they exchange scents from the scent glands on their faces, strengthening family bonds and affirming their status within the pride. Male lions at Kruger often form male coalitions, biological brothers who grow up together and rule together. A coalition of 2 to 3 males is far more formidable than a lone individual, helping them maintain their territory for longer periods against challengers. The flat and square structure of the vocal cords allows the lion to produce high-intensity sound with minimal effort. A roar can travel 8 kilometers, carrying 2 important messages. One is to locate members of the pride, and the second is a warning. Based on the intensity and number of responding roars, a lion can estimate the strength of its opposition. From there, they will make the decision to engage or remain defensive. But the lion's journey of survival does not only revolve around power, it is also about personal retribution. Lions never forget those who have disrupted their hunts. Baboons are well aware of this. Lions also know the baboon's weakness, the curiosity and overconfidence of the alpha males. The lion's tactic is the decoy. The baboon's instinct to harass awakens, despite the adversary being an apex predator. The baboon does not know that other lions are already lying in wait in the surrounding thickets, forming a closed circle. The baboon is agile, but cannot outpace 4 to 5 lions surrounding every direction. This is a cautionary lesson for the entire baboon troop trembling in the trees. Never toy with the king when your feet touch the earth. But to sustain 15 members, The pride requires a substantial amount of nourishment. However, the wildebeest is not easy prey. They weigh up to 250 kilograms with sharp, curved horns. The lion's tactic for hunting wildebeest is encirclement. The females separate into two distinct groups. The first group is the wings, or drivers. They reveal themselves openly, moving upwind, so the wildebeest herd can see and smell them. The purpose is to instill a sense of unease, herding the prey toward a predetermined direction. The second group is the scenters or ambushes, the most experienced hunters. An ambush that neutralizes the balance of a 250 kilograms frame, moving at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. However, the risks are immense. Wildebeest, when cornered, can become extremely assertive. But with seamless coordination, the hunt concludes. The passing of one wildebeest is exchanged for the survival of the entire pride for the next 2 days. The pride's lead males often stay out of the hunt. With a body weight of up to 200 kilograms and a thick mane, they are too large and conspicuous to participate in ambushes requiring stealth. Unless the target is a Cape buffalo. At Lower Sabi, Cape buffalo gather in massive herds of up to hundreds of individuals. To bring down a buffalo weighing nearly 1,000 kilograms, lions utilize the siege and attrition tactic. Once the target is isolated, the backpack maneuver is activated. Simultaneously, other lions on the ground perform the hamstringing technique. But the Cape buffalo is the most resilient creature of the savanna. If the herd returns to provide aid, the lions are forced to retreat. But if the buffalo is left alone, its destiny is determined. It can take up to 20 minutes to fully subdue a Cape buffalo. This is a struggle of absolute endurance, where only total strength achieves victory. Once the giants have eaten their fill and retreated into the shade to rest, the feast of the white-backed vulture begins. This is the most common vulture species in Kruger. They are nature's professional sanitation crew. The white-backed vulture possesses a long, featherless neck. This allows them to dine without soiling their plumage, avoiding the risk of infection. Their tongues have a specialized structure with backward-facing grooves, helping to clear dozens of kilograms of food within just a few minutes. Their stomachs contain acid so potent it can neutralize anthrax and cholera bacteria. They are the final line of defense preventing the spread of disease to water sources and the land. As the tracks of the elite hunters fade into the dusty haze, the legacy they leave behind begins to find its voice. The temporary wells in the dry riverbed become the center of endurance, drawing a diverse community seeking a way to stay strong. The warthog appears with a rugged frame and a spirit that refuses to give an inch. Its dark, bristly skin acts as a natural shield against the intensity of the savanna. This compact creature is a true professional when it comes to unearthing what lies beneath. Its snout easily works through the firm earth to find roots and buried nourishment. Though it often retreats into the thicket when pressed, the warthog shows intense resolve, ready to use its sharp tusks to protect its space from any careless seekers. It prioritizes its freedom over any confrontation. Once it senses an opening, it will make a break for it toward the dense brush or nearby burrows to find safety. Under the brilliant sun, the zebra's stripes create a mesmerizing visual show. These bold patterns are more than just unique signatures. They are a living shield. As the herd gathers near the water, the stripes form a shimmering, dizzying barrier, making it quite a challenge for a lion or leopard to zero in on a single target. The silence is broken by the explosive leaps of the impala. A true symbol of speed, its slender and agile frame can maneuver away from unwanted attention with incredible grace. Every launch into the air is a calculated display of escape, keeping it safe by a hair. Standing tall like a monument of quiet strength, the eland surveys the savanna as the largest antelope. With remarkable heat tolerance, it extracts nourishment from the harshest, driest thorn bushes that others often pass by. Its massive build and long spiraling horns serve as an effective safeguard and bear witness to its ability to stand the test of time through seasons without rain. Its superior height allows it to feed on leaves and branches in places where smaller species simply cannot reach. The eland's persistence is now being tested by a hunting party on the edge of desperation. A pride of lionesses, thinned by many days without nourishment, has taken its position. Ultimately, the giant comes to rest within a cloud of dust, its journey helping to uphold a lion lineage that was on its last legs. Not far from that spot, topi antelopes stand with pride on elevated mounds. With their keen senses, they are dedicated sentries, constantly keeping an eye out for the slightest hint of trouble from kilometers away. They are well adjusted to the arid terrain, using dense foliage for cover and relying on their swiftness to reach safety. Topi form family circles where the adults shield the more vulnerable young ones in the middle, while they themselves remain on the perimeter. Among the towering residents of the savanna, The Rothschild's giraffe stands head and shoulders above the rest in both height and sheer elegance. Long limbs and a neck adorned with signature patterns provide it with a singular advantage. It grazes on leaves at heights no other plant eaters can reach, which helps it avoid the usual hustle for a meal. Despite its massive presence, the giraffe moves with a leisurely poise, yet never fails to keep its guard up. Its sharp eyesight allows it to identify lions and leopards from miles away. If pushed, it can defend itself with forceful forward kicks, plenty strong enough to discourage most trouble seekers. The Rothschild's giraffe is a masterclass in adaptation, a creature in which nature finds a middle ground between delicacy and power, resulting in a creature that is both refined and tough on the wide African plains. Yet the graceful presence of the giraffe isn't the only thing that captures the imagination. The very soil beneath their feet is the result of powerful geological transformations, where the ground split to carve out the soul of this entire continent. A colossal geological scar etched onto the face of the Black Continent. The Great Rift Valley, the greatest fault system on Earth, stretching over 6,000 kilometers from the Middle East down to Mozambique. At the bottom of this abyss, south of the Ngorongoro boundary, Lake Eyasi is a forgotten land. An endorheic alkaline salt lake, situated at an altitude of 1,030 meters above sea level, Eyasi acts as a giant cauldron. And only creatures possessing extreme biological adaptability earn the right to exist. Unlike their 200-kilogram cousins in Ngorongoro, Eyasi lions are ascetic athletes. The average weight of a mature male here rarely exceeds 170 kilograms. Their bodies have almost no excess fat. Vertical fault lines force them to develop extremely powerful shoulder and neck muscles. They must haul their entire body weight up 60-degree slopes to access rare high-altitude springs. A mandatory biological adaptation, as the water in Lake Eyasi is too salty to sustain life. But the biggest threat at this frontier comes from another apex predator that has coexisted with lions for the past 40,000 years. The Hadzabe, the last hunter-gatherer tribe of East Africa. Maintain a delicate balance with nature, using traditional tools to safeguard their ancestral territory. But the Hadzabe never take the entire kill. They share the harvest, focusing on essential resources. The lion is still king, but at Eyasi, the king must know how to compromise to survive. Emerging from the bush, the lion encounters a creature only 28 centimeters tall. In the Rift Valley Survival Dictionary, this is the definition of recklessness. The honey badger's skin is up to 6 millimeters thick around the neck, tougher than buffalo hide relative to body size. But the secret lies in the loose connective structure. The honey badger can rotate its body 180 degrees right inside its own skin. The honey badger's teeth are small but strong enough to pierce turtle shells, and a foul-smelling gland to irritate the enemy causes disorientation and completely kills the appetite. Evolution has modified the nicotinic acetylcholine receptors in their nervous system. This mutation prevents neurotoxins, cobra venom, from binding to cells. This venom resistance creates irrational aggression. Physically unequal battles, but mentally overwhelming. Lions often choosing gentler prey. Kirk's dik-dik, one of the smallest antelopes on the Black Continent. Their body weight ranges from 3 to 6 kilograms. But catching them is a tricky geometry problem. Dik-diks run in a zigzag pattern with explosive speeds of 42 kilometers per hour. Small size allows dik-diks to slip through gaps only 20 centimeters wide. In mammals, only about 3% of mammal species practice monogamy. A dik-dik pair will bond for life, jointly defending a territory of about 5 hectares. If one is hunted by a lion, the other will often perish shortly after due to extreme stress and refusal to eat from the loss of its partner. If you were a lion, would you choose to hunt a honey badger or a dik-dik? Leave a comment below to let us know. When thorny bushes obstruct the lion's hunt, the predator is forced to switch targets. At first glance, they look exactly like oversized guinea pigs sunbathing. But DNA tests and anatomy have proven they are the closest living relatives of the African elephant. Both belong to the group Paenungulata, splitting from a common ancestor in the Eocene 50 million years ago. They share undeniable anatomical features: flat nails instead of claws, similar wrist bone structure, and canine teeth developing from incisors, a miniature version of elephant tusks. However, the hyrax did not inherit its giant cousin's thermoregulation ability. The hyrax's body temperature fluctuates with the environment, a rare trait in mammals. To survive the 10 degrees Celsius cold of the desert night, they must recharge. Every morning, they sunbathing to absorb solar heat, activating digestive enzymes. Hyraxes never sleep all at once. There is always a dominant male acting as a sentry. Those are solid granite fortresses that lion claws cannot break. Helpless before the granite fortresses, the lion looks higher. In Afrikaans, klipspringer means rock jumper. Unlike all antelopes that walk on the sole of the hoof, the klipspringer walks on the tips of its hooves. A light body weight of 10 to 18 kilograms allows them to perform vertical leaps up to 7 to 8 meters. Klipspringers are monogamous for life. No sneaky movement of a lion in the valley below can escape them. In the Rift Valley, they are the hardest prey for lions to hunt. Like the klipspringer, the caracal is also a creature possessing incredible jumping ability. Over 20 independent muscle groups allow each ear to rotate 180 degrees like a radar dish. They receive and amplify the smallest infrasound frequencies. All are drawn into a 3D sound map in the caracal's brain. The caracal's body is streamlined, hind legs longer than front legs, allows them to accelerate up to 80 kilometers per hour, the fastest speed among all small cats of the Black Continent. The hind leg muscle system is full of fast twitch muscle fibers. Thanks to this, they can compress their body like a steel spring and leap vertically to a height of 3 meters in a tenth of a second. These are hunting skills that lions will never possess in the jagged rocky land of the Rift Valley. Are you more impressed by the hunting ability of the lion or the caracal? Let us know your choice in the comments section. Leaving the arid borderlands of the Rift Valley, the lion enters a completely different world. A geological wonder recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. 3 million years ago, this place was a mountain towering over even Kilimanjaro. But a cataclysmic explosion caused it to collapse in on itself, creating a colossal basin 260 square kilometers wide. These vertical cliffs imprison over 25,000 large animals in a closed ecosystem. The density of predators here is the highest on the Black Continent. This is Mother Nature's Roman arena, where a lion need only open its eyes to see prey. An abundance of food bordering on surplus creates a movement deficit. The result is a massive and bulky body structure. The weight of a mature lion male here can easily exceed 230 kilograms. But the 600-meter-high cliffs prevent new blood from entering. It creates a population with record-low genetic diversity, but it also forges an aggressive and extreme temperament. Lions are typically nocturnal hunters, but at Ngorongoro, they are daytime warriors. Stealth is unnecessary when you possess absolute power. However, living in a closed area means fierce competition. 260 square kilometers is too small for the world's densest lion population. And at Ngorongoro, danger also comes from civil wars over territory. Ngorongoro is also home to the Kori bustard, the world's heaviest flying bird still in existence. A mature male at Ngorongoro can reach a weight of 19 kilograms. If they weighed just a few grams more, they would be permanently imprisoned by gravity on the ground. They spend up to 70% of their waking time just walking to forage on the ground. In the cramped Ngorongoro arena, the heavy footsteps of large mammals disturb locusts, beetles, and lizards hiding in the grass. The Kori bustard simply follows behind and harvests those panicked prey with ease. But the composure of this walker vanishes completely when the breeding season arrives. The male neck ballooning to 4 times its normal size, they transform into a giant white puffball. In the arena of giants, size and display are sometimes more effective than claws. The common eland understands that rule very well. This is the second largest antelope on Earth, second only to the giant eland. A mature male at Ngorongoro, weighing up to 900 kilograms, on par with a Cape buffalo. The louder the sound, the deeper the frequency, proving the male is bigger and stronger. It is a long-range warning sent to competitors during the mating season. Weighing nearly a ton, the eland are incredibly agile creatures. Elands possess hind thigh muscles full of fast-twitch muscle fibers. They can perform a vertical leap higher than 2 meters without a running start. Most mammals must sweat to keep body temperature stable at 37 degrees Celsius. This causes severe water loss. The eland allows its body temperature to rise by up to 7 degrees Celsius during the day. Their body acts like a giant thermal battery, absorbing heat up to 42 degrees Celsius without heat shock. When night falls, they release this heat into the cold environment. This mechanism helps them save liters of water every day. A perfect biological machine, both a heavyweight gladiator and a master survivor. Are you more impressed by the Kori bustard's display or the eland's defensive jumping? Share your thoughts with us in the comments. While the eland uses muscle power to dominate the ground, the Ngorongoro sky belongs to the grey-crowned crane, the bird chosen as the national bird of Uganda. Under their throat hangs a bright red skin pouch called the gular sac, it helping amplify their honk call to travel for kilometers. That sound is the soundtrack for one of the natural world's most romantic rituals, the lifelong dance. The grey-crowned crane is strictly monogamous. They dance year-round to reinforce their emotional bond. When night falls, Ngorongoro transforms into a high-stakes environment. Most other crane species are forced to sleep standing in water to feel predator vibrations. But the grey-crowned crane are the only cranes in the world capable of perching on trees. Over millions of years, the hind toe has evolved to be long and prehensile. It allows them to grip slender acacia branches tightly, completely separated from the jaws of predators lurking at the base. Elegant, faithful, and intelligent, they are the uncrowned kings and queens of this land. Completely unlike its gentle Asian water buffalo cousin in the fields, the African buffalo has never been domesticated. Their temperament is described in 2 words: unpredictable and brutal. For a lion, biting through this armor is a physically impossible task. But what makes the African buffalo a true nightmare lies in an excellent memory for grudges. And they revenge. When a buffalo is attacked, a low-frequency distress call is emitted. Immediately, the mobbing tactic is activated. The Roman phalanx formation is perfectly reenacted in nature. The lion, from hunter, suddenly becomes prey. In this cramped Ngorongoro arena, even the king must respect the fury of the formidable buffalo. The lesser flamingo are the avian world's most extreme creatures. They choose to live where most other animals would perish instantly. The pH concentration here frequently exceeds 10.5. This alkalinity is nearly equivalent to concentrated ammonia cleaning solution. Their leg skin is extremely thick, tough, and covered with special horny scales. They are completely immune to the corrosiveness of the lake water. Inside the beak are thousands of tiny horny plates called lamellae. They work exactly like the baleen plates of a blue whale. Their tongue acts like a piston, pumping water in and out at a rate of 20 times per second. This mechanism retains the tiniest microorganisms. Blue-green algae, specifically spirulina, an exclusive food source that no other bird competes for. When newly hatched, the lesser flamingo wears a pale gray-white coat. Blue-green algae and brine shrimp are full of alpha and beta carotenoids. The bird's liver breaks these substances down into vibrant pink and orange pigments, then deposits them into feathers and leg skin. The deeper the color, the healthier and more skilled at foraging the individual is. Living in the most toxic place, eating the smallest things and becoming the most vibrant species. Life always finds a way to thrive, even in the harshest environments. Lake Manyara, an alkaline lake occupying 2/3 of the park's area, nestles at the foot of the 600-meter-high Rift Valley escarpment. Meanwhile, Tarangaya is defined by the river of the same name, the only permanent water source during the dry season. Here lies the world's largest density of baobab trees, with trunks reaching circumferences of up to 30 meters. These trees of life can store over 100,000 liters of water inside their trunks to withstand drought. The richness of the vegetation creates a multi-layered habitat, from dense canopies to riverine floodplains. In the shade of ancient baobab trees, the king's concept of territory is once again overturned. Lions become reluctant aerial residents. They spend up to 8 hours of the day sleeping precariously on acacia or mahogany branches. Tsetse flies and horseflies concentrate densely in the lower stratum below 2 meters. Heat and humidity from the ground vegetation are the ideal environment for millions of blood-sucking parasites. By climbing to a height of 5 to 7 meters, lions escape the siege of annoying insects. The high leaf layer receives cool, convective breezes, helping to lower body temperature faster than lying in stifling bushes. However, this spatial shift reveals an anatomical limitation. Lions lack the flexible shoulder blade structure and specific rotator muscles of professional climbers. They use 10-centimeter long claws like iron hooks to grip rough acacia bark tightly. Every move is an effort of a muscle system weighing over 200 kilograms. Unable to turn head first to climb down like domestic cats, lions often awkwardly search for footholds. In the sparse forest and dense bush habitat of Manyara, ground visibility is limited to less than 15 meters. From above, lions possess a clairvoyant perspective through the leaves. The lion's body scent is blown away by high-altitude winds, erasing all traces of a forming ambush. At Manyara and Tarangire, the king has learned that, to rule, sometimes one must leave the ground. If the lion is the ruler, then the African bush elephant is the world creator. They are the Black Continent's most important keystone species. Each mature individual weighing up to 6 tons. They knock down old trees, clearing dense thickets to create travel corridors for smaller species. This process prevents forest encroachment, maintaining the existence of savannas, the habitat of antelopes and zebras. The tusk is an anatomical wonder with over 40,000 independent muscle fascicles. For comparison, the entire human body has only about 639 muscles. 2 fingers at the trunk tip are so sensitive they can pick up a peanut on sandy ground without breaking the shell. But the true power of the long-trunked empire lies in a 5-kilogram brain. The matriarch is the keeper of the clan's memory library. She can remember the exact location of a small underground spring from 30 years ago. Elephants emit low rumbles with frequencies below 20 Hz. This is the sound threshold where human ears and even the lion's keen sense of smell are completely blind. These sound waves travel along the ground and can transmit up to 10 kilometers away. They allow subgroups to keep in touch through dense forests. Elephants receive this signal through sensitive cells in their special foot pads. At Tarangaya, lions may be kings of the night, but elephants are the masters of the flow of time, an empire built on memory, unity, and planet-shifting strength. While giants like elephants use strength to change the savanna's face, another chooses to vanish into it: the leopard. The rosette's coat, black flower-shaped spots on a bright yellow background, is the pinnacle of disruptive camouflage. Even at a range of 5 meters, human eyes and prey frequently miss its presence. The leopard possesses shoulder and neck muscle bundles developed with extremely high muscle fiber density. They can use their jaws to clamp an impala or a young giraffe, weighing up to 150 kilograms, an object 3 times its own body weight. Then they climb a vertical tree trunk 10 meters high using only jaw strength and front legs. This is the ultimate food hoarding tactic to avoid the gaze of robbers. Unlike proud lions, leopards are absolute solitary creatures. They understand that a small wound can lead to death due to inability to hunt. This flexibility has made them the most adaptable of the big cats. The leopard's menu includes over 100 different species. They do not depend on any migration flow. They live by cunning and the ability to exploit every niche of the ecosystem. The Central African rock python is the Black Continent's largest snake, a monster that can reach a length of 6 meters. They can lie motionless in tree hollows or bushes for weeks without moving a millimeter, waiting for the vibration of life to pass by. Its jaw joints are not fixed like mammals, but connected by extremely flexible ligaments. The 2 halves of the lower jaw can separate and expand to a 150-degree angle. This structure allows it to swallow prey many times larger than its own head. In this ecosystem, the Central African rock python represents a significant natural challenge for the next generation of lions. For curious cubs, the python is a formidable predator that demands constant vigilance. In the world of silent coils under the trees, life sometimes has to become bizarre to survive. Warthogs do not possess a polished appearance, but every body part is an effective survival device. This is an optical signal exclusively for piglets lost in the sea of tall grass. Warthogs possess relatively long legs, but a short and rigid neck. To access food sources close to the ground, they have developed a kneeling habit. When chased, the common warthog performs a tactical reverse parking. This is how it completely eliminates the possibility of being attacked from behind or bitten on the neck. The lower tusks act as efficient biological tools for defense. Every time the common warthog opens its mouth, the lower tusks rub against the upper tusks, creating a continuous automatic sharpening mechanism. The result is ensuring they remain formidable in the wild. At Manyara and Tarangaya, the strongest sometimes pay a heavy price just for underestimating a kneeling clown. While the warthog defends underground with cold blades, above its head, a savanna spatial surveillance network is operating. The vervet monkey is the head of that network. Vervet monkeys possess one of the animal world's most complex proto-language systems. Each call is encoded information about a specific type of threat. A martial eagle, a snake, a leopard, or lion. Superior intelligence turns vervet monkeys into Tarangaya's boldest opportunists. They have learned how to exploit human presence at campsites. They even know how to sneakily steal small prey or leftovers from other animals when the opponent is distracted. To maintain a community full of these quick-witted personalities, they need a social cohesion mechanism, social grooming. Grooming time is proportional to the level of trust and status in the troop. That is how they make peace after food disputes. That is how they build alliances to coexist in an ecosystem full of dangers. Leaving the dense oases of Manyara, we venture deep into the arid heart of Tanzania. Ruaha National Park, the largest national park in East Africa, with an area of over 20,000 square kilometers. This is a unique ecological transition zone between the acacia savannas of the north and the brachystegia woodlands of the south. The terrain is dominated by the mighty Ruaha River, the only artery flowing through rugged rocky gorges. Ruaha possesses the largest elephant population in Tanzania, estimated at over 10,000 individuals. It is also the sanctuary of rare antelopes like the greater kudu and sable antelope. A harsh landscape of red dust, where lions cannot rely on the shade of the jungle. They face a new challenge: extreme scarcity of water. Ruaha is the sanctuary of super prides. Ordinary lion families usually range from 5 to 10 members. Here, massive alliances frequently exceed 20 adult individuals, with super prides of up to 30, even 40 lions living together. Ruaha is one of the few hotspots on the planet where lions are giraffe hunting specialists. Taking down a target 5 meters tall and weighing over 1.2 tons requires perfect military coordination. Ruaha lions possess expanded chests and larger lung capacities to maintain endurance in prolonged struggles. Forelimb musculature is maximally developed, creating grip strength enough to restrain a massive struggling body mass. Cortisol and testosterone levels in their blood skyrocket as resources become scarce. They actively pursue leopards, cheetahs, and especially African wild dogs. This intense rivalry stems from competitive exclusion. Every other predator killed is a guarantee that the superpride's water and food sources are maintained. The king at Ruaha rules by overwhelming numbers and an iron discipline written in blood on the red dust. But the Maasai giraffe is not easy prey to subdue. This is the largest and heaviest subspecies in the giraffe family, with heights reaching a record 5.5 meters. Unlike horses that can only kick backward, Maasai giraffes possess knee joints with absolute flexible range of motion. They are capable of delivering 360-degree kicks in any direction. The impact force from a 15-kilogram hoof is a formidable defense. Atop the long neck is a strange pair of horns called ossicones. In mating battles necking, the long neck acts as a giant lever arm. To sustain energy for a massive body, they have conquered a food source that all other species fear. Acacia trees with sharp thorns up to 10 centimeters long. The Maasai giraffe possesses a tongue 50 centimeters long with a characteristic purple-black color. This dense melanin pigment is a biological sunscreen, protecting the tongue from sunburn when constantly sticking out in the midday summer sun. The skin on the tongue and lips is extremely thick, combined with highly viscous and antiseptic saliva. Unlike the Maasai giraffe, the greater kudu chooses to hide in the dense thorny bushes of Ruaha. The male's proudest highlight is the most magnificent spiral horns in the antelope world. These horns can reach an actual length of up to 1.8 meters if straightened. They twist 2 to 2.5 turns, according to nature's perfect golden ratio. However, to survive in a kingdom full of lion superprides, the kudu relies on an early warning system. Radar ears. Giant, trumpet-shaped ears capable of rotating independently to scan sound waves 360 degrees. The special pinna structure helps amplify extremely low-frequency sounds. Their grey-brown coat is decorated with 6 to 12 thin white stripes running along the body. It breaks the form of a 270-kilogram animal into disjointed light and dark patches. But if hiding fails, the kudu will flee with impressive leaps. Possessing thigh muscles with extremely high elasticity, the kudu is Ruaha's best high jumper. From a complete standstill, they can jump vertically to a height of over 2.5 meters. Unlike the kudu's tactic of hiding in bushes, the common ostrich uses speed for defense. They are the largest, heaviest, and fastest bird still in existence on the planet. With long legs made of fast-twitch white muscle fibers, they can sprint up to 70 kilometers per hour. But the most terrifying point for predators is the ability to maintain a speed of 50 kilometers per hour over long distances. They turn the chase into a hopeless endurance test. Ostriches possess the largest eyes of any land animal, with a diameter of 5 centimeters. This eyeball structure allows them a vast panoramic view and extremely high resolution. They can detect unusual movement of a lion in the bush from a distance of 3 to 5 kilometers. If cornered, the ostrich will counterattack mercilessly. Their feet have only 2 toes to reduce friction when running. The largest toe is equipped with a claw up to 10 centimeters long, sharp and hard as steel. Even in maintaining the lineage, they operate a pragmatic mathematical strategy. Communal nesting. The dominant female will establish a common nest and allow other females to lay eggs in it. The total number of eggs in a nest can reach 60, but the mother ostrich can only incubate about 20. She will wisely move her own eggs to the center position, the safest place. Eggs of satellite females are placed on the outer ring, acting as a biological shield layer. If a predator attacks, the eggs at the edge will be eaten first, absolutely protecting the dominant genetic material in the middle. The lion may be king, but the wild dog is the planet's most efficient hunting machine. If the lion's hunting success rate stops at 30%, the African wild dog possesses a terrifying efficiency of up to 80%. The secret lies in the exhaustion pursuit tactic. They maintain a speed of 60 kilometers per hour for hours on end. In a lion pride, the strongest eats first, the weakest and cubs must scavenge leftovers. Wild dogs operate on a completely different philosophy. When prey is taken down, pups, the old and injured individuals, are prioritized to eat first. The strongest, resilient predators will stand guard, waiting for their comrades to be full before eating. This is a resource conservation mechanism, helping them maintain stable numbers in a harsh environment. Their characteristic spotted coat acts as a biometric identification system. No two wild dogs on Earth have exactly the same fur pattern. It is like a human fingerprint, helping individuals recognize each other instantly in the chaos of the hunt. However, this efficiency turns them into a thorn in the ruler's eye. The lion's sole goal is competitive exclusion. Because the lion knows that if these spotted ghosts are allowed to run rampant, the order of Ruaha will be threatened. Towering in northeastern Tanzania near the Kenyan border at an altitude of 19.341 feet, it is the highest freestanding mountain on the planet. Known as the Roof of Africa, Mount Kilimanjaro is a living chronicle of Earth's history. Located only 205 miles from the equator, Kilimanjaro possesses an ecological paradox. A journey from the scorching tropics to the frozen Arctic in just a few miles. Life here is governed by the harsh dictates of altitude. According to the lapse rate rule, for every 1,000 feet of ascent, the temperature drops by an average of 1 degree Fahrenheit. From the vibrant foothills with temperatures ranging from 70 degrees Fahrenheit to 90 degrees Fahrenheit, the environment transforms abruptly into a desert of rock and permafrost below 0 degrees Fahrenheit at Uhuru Peak. The entire mountain is divided into 5 distinct ecological zones. This is home to more than 1,200 plant species, 140 bird species, and dozens of mammal species. Cape bushbuck are recluses that require no ostentation. With a medium build, the males carry sharp spiral horns, a perfect close-quarter weapon in cramped spaces. Meanwhile, the females are gentler, thanks to a powerful limb structure and flexible skeletal frame. Cape bushbuck choose a crepuscular lifestyle. By consuming young leaves and fallen fruit, they control the explosion of vegetation while simultaneously becoming invisible. Dispersal engineers. But in this emerald sanctuary, the creator is also the target. As a pivotal link in the food chain, the Cape bushbuck is the energy source maintaining the dominance of apex predators. A harsh balance. The existence of one species sustains the breath of another. This is not a world of crowds. Except for the brief moments of the mating season or maternal duties. The duiker is a master of solitude. During the day, they conceal themselves in caverns or impenetrable thickets. Not limited to grass or fallen fruit, the duiker is also a surprising opportunist. Ready to supplement protein from insects or small organic remains. A clever survival strategy in an environment where life sources are always fluctuating. The name duiker, originating from the Dutch word meaning diver. When a threat calls, they dive out of sight into the tangled brush. Supporting this spectacular escape is an elite muscular system, allowing them to reach an astonishing velocity of up to 40 miles per hour. Meanwhile, amidst the rocky plains on the peaks of Kilimanjaro, the East African oryx, also known as the besa, is venturing deep into the harsh heather zone. The besa's digestive system operates like a premium processing machine, extracting nutrients from old grass and parched shrubs. To confront thirst, they possess an internal reservoir, allowing the body to function for many days without water. A sophisticated thermoregulation mechanism keeps their rhythm of life from being extinguished by extreme temperature fluctuations. The gray and tan hues of their coat serve as an excellent camouflage to vanish into the environment. But the soul of the warrior lies in a pair of straight horns measuring 35 inches. This is the symbol of power in internal rivalries and a lethal weapon against adversaries. On the roof of Africa, this unity and these rigorous evolutions represent the greatest epic of survival. The delicate appearance of the mantled guereza conceals a rigorous evolutionary journey spanning 25 million years. Instead of a flexible hand, nature has granted them a perfect four-fingered hook, absolutely optimized for tight gripping and high-speed movement. A single leap through the air can reach a distance of 20 feet, helping them dominate the highest canopy levels, where threats on the ground cannot reach. At Kilimanjaro, this population maintains a stable number of 10,000 to 15,000 individuals. They live in small groups under the leadership of a dominant male. To maintain contact within the dense jungle space, they utilize resonant calls that can travel up to 1 mile, a survival tool to warn of adversity and assert territorial sovereignty. Leaves account for 80% of their diet, an abundant but challenging food source. A multi-chambered stomach with specialized bacterial systems allows them to break down the complex chemical bonds of tough and indigestible old leaves. Not merely beneficiaries, mantled guereza are the engineers of the canopy. By prioritizing young leaves and flowers, they help balance the growth of vegetation. Through the process of digesting fruit, they inadvertently become silent seed dispersers, reconstructing the green forest with every step. In the relentless cycle of survival on Kilimanjaro, the mantled guereza is both a great creator and an essential energy link, keeping the heart of the tropical rainforest beating. The banded mongoose is among the most resilient warriors of the high-altitude ecosystem. As descendants of the ancient Herpestidae family, the banded mongoose has undertaken a great evolutionary journey from the hot, low-lying savannas to secure a foothold on the slopes of Kilimanjaro. Here, they take advantage of the cool climate and abundant protein sources from insects and small reptiles. Amidst the hues of rock and dry grass, the banded mongoose becomes invisible to the keen vision of the leopard or eagle. Operating in groups of 10 to 40 individuals, they possess an incredibly tight-knit social structure. The habit of huddling closely together helps them share every precious degree Celsius, maintaining body heat against the biting cold of the high mountains. Daytime is when the hunting instinct awakens. With sharp claws and a powerful molar system, they scour every crevice of the earth. Turning the soil not only helps them find food, but also improves soil aeration. Creating the conditions for the revival of vegetation. But the pinnacle of survival strategy is the defensive system. Upon detecting a concern, the troop immediately deploys a circular protection formation. Mature individuals stand on the front lines, encircling the young at the center. Alarm calls echoing across the moorland are more than just a warning. They are an affirmation that on Kilimanjaro, no small creature is left behind. Seen from a distance, Mount Kilimanjaro appears like a giant submerged in eternal sleep. But beneath the silent basalt crust lies a chronicle of geological furies. This is a complex stratovolcano, molded from 3 distinct eruptive centers. The story began 2.5 million years ago with Shira. Through millions of years of erosion, this peak collapsed, leaving behind a vast basalt plateau at an altitude of 13,000 feet. Those ancient lava flows now lie motionless like rivers of stone, a testament to the formative era of the roof of Africa. At an altitude of 16.893 feet, Mawenzi is a labyrinth of sharp cliffs and deep canyons. Though now extinct, the complex geological structure of Mawenzi still preserves the imprints of high-energy eruptions from the past. And finally, the the center of all attention, Kibo. This is the youngest and highest volcanic cone, home to Uhuru Peak. At a record altitude of 19.341 feet. At the center of the summit is a colossal caldera, 1.5 miles wide and over 1,000 feet deep, creating a surreal landscape amidst the clouds. Geological data indicates that Kibo underwent violent eruptions approximately 150,000 to 200,000 years ago. The final traces, occurring about 10,000 years ago, covered the southern slopes with characteristic layers of basalt and trachyte. Though classified as dormant, Kibo has never truly been motionless. Fumaroles within the crater still silently release steam and sulfur gases. Gentle yet haunting breaths of a volcano that is still alive. Scientists are currently utilizing seismic monitoring and remote sensing technology to track even the slightest vibrations. For in geological time, today's tranquility may be the prelude to a grand awakening in the future. The journey through Tanzania's most intense survival arenas concludes here. From the Ngorongoro crater, a gilded cage, brilliant yet suffocating. To the endless plains of the Serengeti, where speed and migration write the epic of life. Through the dense oases of Manyara and the red dust wild west of Ruaha. We have seen that nature never favors the weak. Of all the animals we have just explored, which species' superpower impressed you the most? Leave your thoughts in the comments section below so we can discuss. Don't forget to hit like if you enjoyed this video. Subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss our next thrilling journey into the natural world. We have just journeyed together through the rawest glimpses of the cycle of existence and the intense power struggles on the sun-drenched savanna. Which of the lion's rivals in today's episode gave you some serious food for thought regarding the natural world? Was it the unyielding spirit of the Cape buffalo, or the fateful patience of the Nile apex hunters? An army of shadows is gathering, a sound that is nothing like a laugh. The call of the hyena carries for 5 kilometers, and every lion within that range knows exactly what it means. The struggle for survival will force them to make a call, rule or die, No Mercy in the Wild, animal documentary. In the wild, there is no mercy. The hyena's call carries 5 kilometers. Every lion within range knows exactly what it means. In this savage kingdom, there is only one absolute rule. Rule or die. This is the Masai Mara. Dry season, rainfall far below average. The worst drought recorded across all of East Africa. In this savage kingdom, one empire rules by discipline, by hierarchy, by an organizational power, refined across 1,000 hunting seasons. They are the River Pride. One empire rules by intelligence, by sheer numbers. They are the Mara clan, the largest empire of their kind ever documented. 2 empires divided the Mara in silence. One claiming the daylight, one claiming the dark. The rule held, absolute, unspoken. But when water retreats, survival rewrites every rule. Who rules the Mara when the laws collapse? The answer lies in the last remaining waterhole. Masai Mara. People often speak of it as a sanctuary, but the true ecosystem stretches across nearly 10,000 square kilometers. And if you erase the borders drawn by humanity, the Mara connects seamlessly with the Tanzanian Serengeti, forming the grandest migratory path on Earth. This is a civilization with a history longer than any empire humanity has ever built. It possesses its own rules and flows with its own unique rhythms. And like every civilization, it is built upon water. The Mara River originates from the Mau Forest on the Kenyan highlands, hundreds of kilometers to the north. From there, the currents flow southward, weaving through the heart of the ecosystem before emptying into Lake Victoria. A prolonged dry season begins with a single felled tree in the Mau Forest. When the wildebeest turned south, they followed the rain. And those that remained faced the bare reality of the Mara 3 months after. The last rain fell. But the Mara is not a stage built for two. It is a matrix of power, and within it, other forces move. Each has found its own answer to the same question: survival philosophies, each one a commentary on what is about to unfold. Buffalo, 750 kilograms. Horns thick as iron. Herds of 200 to 800 within the Mara ecosystem. They are not simply prey. Buffalo do not operate as prey. The pride's ruthless laws leave the old king as the weakest of all. The prey now takes the offensive. The rate of enduring a toll is 30 to 50%. This is why no solitary lion engages a buffalo. And when the pride does, it is always a coordinated formation, planned over hours. And there is one more thing about buffalo: a collective decision mechanism. Whichever direction receives the most votes. That is where the herd moves. The strength flows from the consensus of all. And when the herd unanimously turns back, no lion, however desperate with hunger, wants to be standing in its path. Leopard. Total contrast. No pride, no alliance, no social hierarchy to lean on. One cat, one territory, one of the finest survivors on Earth. The leopard of the Mara survives by one principle alone: invisibility. After a kill, it does not feed at the sight. A kill in the branches can last 3 to 5 days, enough for the leopard to feed across multiple sessions. Never leave anything on the ground when all of the Mara is hungry. A kill on the ground in dry season lasts 20 minutes at most. So the leopard climbs alone, while the two empires below tear at each other over the last meters of territory. Beyond it, another force is also watching. Fiercely unified, relentlessly persistent. The qualities of successful hunters. Wild dog hunting success rates reach 80% globally. But here in the Mara specifically, the figure drops to around 51%. Not because the dogs lack skill, but because the Mara is too contested. In this environment, every kill is a target for theft. Even so, 51% remains formidable. Wild dogs operate as a distributed brain. No single individual dominates all decisions, but when unified, they become a single unit of speed and endurance. Within the Mara ecosystem, only 3 to 5 packs remain active. Every pack crossing this land is one of the last. 3 survival philosophies in an ecosystem contracting around them. The power of the collective, the intelligence of the solitary, the precision of the cooperative. None is perfect. Each has its limits and its price in the dry season. Everything begins with a laugh, not an expression of joy. The hyena's laugh, long branded the sound of cowardice, of the scavenger, is the exact opposite of everything that reputation suggests. It is a command, the mechanism that keeps an empire operating as a single combat unit in the dark across vast territory. If there is one number that answers every question about the hyena, it is 80%. 80% of the Mara clan's food comes from prey they hunt themselves, from tactical coordinated hunts, executed primarily at night, through the most sophisticated organizational apparatus of any African predator. Research confirms that lions steal hyena kills 6.8 times more often than the reverse. Roughly 14% of every hyena meal is taken by lions. But to understand the Mara clan, you must first understand its architecture. Every adult female in the clan outranks every adult male. No exceptions. The largest male, the heaviest, the strongest in the Mara clan yields ground to the smallest female. Female hyena fetuses are bathed in androgens, hormones typically associated with male development, at abnormally high levels. The result: adult females outweigh males by 10 to 12%. A daughter inherits her mother's rank within 6 months of reaching adulthood, a nobility, but not an empty one. They command priority feeding rights, mating rights, and command authority within combat formations. Heirs do not wait long to assert dominance. They begin from the first moments of life. The battle starts in the den. Within hours of birth, they must establish a hierarchy that will define them for life. Sometimes only one survives. The hyena's bite force is the strongest of any African predator. But the number alone does not tell the story. What matters is the purpose. The hyena's jaws are not built for the kill. They are built for total consumption. Everything every other predator leaves behind. A clan of 60 can consume a 500-kilogram buffalo entirely. Skeleton included, no trace. The hyena is not merely a predator, it is the Mara's recycling system. Speed is the signature weapon of predators. But look at the one who sacrificed everything for speed, and you realize endurance is the true key. 4.8 kilometers. The distance a hyena sustains top speed without slowing. A full-grown lion can sprint only 300 meters. The hyena does not need to be faster, it only needs to outlast. The hyena's call carries information and command. But beyond that, these sounds can encode 4 pieces of information simultaneously within a single vocalization. Identity, social rank, number of individuals present, degree of emotional arousal. In dry season, whoop frequency increases by more than 40%. The Mara clan does not go quiet when starving. The Mara clan controls the night, but what happens when they are still hungry by day? Along the Mara River. The River Pride has held this territory for 11 seasons, 12 to 18 individuals. Not a large pride, but in this terrain it is enough. The River Pride operates as a military machine. The males do not hunt, but they are not a burden. The roar declares ownership, deters rival males from crossing the boundary, and secures the pride's breeding rights and food supply. A coalition of 2 to 3 males typically controls territory up to 2,000 square kilometers, but the River Pride males care nothing for scale. They care only for this one irreplaceable ground. The females do everything else. Faster and more agile, responsible for 90% of all hunts. Hunting alone, success rates fall below 19%. Hunting as a unit, that figure rises to 30%, and the caliber of prey changes entirely. This is what distinguishes the River Pride from every other lion pride. They do not merely hunt, they remember. No lion in the pride is born knowing this. Young females observe and fail for 2 years before executing the technique correctly. They learn by correcting failure over years in the presence of the most experienced females. And here lies the River Pride's greatest vulnerability, the fragility of the irreplaceable. What the River Pride's eldest female carries is experience. Which buffalo individuals regularly visit, which waterhole, which can be isolated, which become lethal when cornered. Her eyes move with the precision of one who has watched everything on this land and knows exactly what is worth watching. She has survived the 5th dry season, but she is not immortal. Just like the old male that once ruled this pride. He used to protect the entire pride all by himself. Yet he could not protect himself. As a result, the throne changed hands. The females cannot change this. They can only comply. She, the wisest matriarch of the River Pride, will also have to move on eventually. The solitude at the end of her journey, just like her former mate, is inevitable. Average lifespan of a lioness in the Mara, 14 to 16 years in the wild. The eldest females, those who carry 11 seasons of knowledge, are at the outer edge of that range. The younger females would have to rebuild their territorial knowledge from nothing. Through trial, through hungry nights. The lion's collective intelligence does not live in the pride. It lives in a single individual. And that concentration is simultaneously its greatest strength and the system's deepest vulnerability. The River Pride's throne is the waterhole along the Mara River. As the water retreats, the throne retreats. And right now, the throne has contracted to the point where there is nothing left to surrender. Two empires, two forms of intelligence. The Mara is not a perpetual battlefield. Most of the time, it is a system of exquisite equilibrium. At the center of that equilibrium is an agreement, strictly observed. It is time. Lions operate from dawn to dusk. Hyenas command from dusk to dawn. There is an overlap window when both empires share the same space and neither holds absolute advantage. "78% of all direct confrontations between lions and hyenas in the Mara occur around dawn and dusk. An entire war compressed into the most precarious moments of light. Beyond time, there is an acoustic boundary. Both species use sound not only for internal coordination, but to map territory for the enemy. But this equilibrium is not equal. It never was. Yet the truce holds. Why? Because of absolute numbers. Below 4-1, lions hold their ground. When the hyena-to-lion ratio at any confrontation point reaches 4-1 or higher, lions consistently withdraw. Except when a male is involved. At a waterhole on the River Pride's territorial edge, two groups approach from opposite directions. This is the crepuscular borderline. Lions lack the full power of daylight. Hyenas lack the full cover of dark. They must choose the peace. 3 months ago, the last rain fell. The waterholes dwindled to 3. The Mara clan has not eaten in 5 days. When hunger drives them, any peace is only skin deep. For a clan of 60 to 80 individuals, 5 days of hunger is an energy crisis, counting down. Lions can fast 7 to 14 days on their larger body fat reserves. Hyenas, smaller bodies, higher metabolic rate, after 5 days enter desperation mode. The activity patterns shift from strictly nocturnal to opportunistically diurnal. The wildebeest had turned south. The zebra followed. What remained? Old buffaloes, scattered Thompson's gazelles, impalas, and increasingly empty plains. But a young antelope only creates more friction within the pack. Every member lost a warrior to the scuffle. Nothing remains but defeat. And the crisis spreads. The Mara clan gradually fractures. The queen does not force them to stay amid scarcity. During the dispersal, some remains catch their attention. It is guarded by the old male lion, formerly of the River Pride. No second thoughts are needed. The hyenas must claim the rest. The old king is overwhelmed. No miracle can turn the tide. This minor victory helps the hyenas regain some confidence. By midday, 62 members of the Mara clan cross the boundary. The leopard registered something had shifted in the larger picture. Solitary intelligence knows when not to be present. The small wild dog pack has been monitoring the area since yesterday. They calculated the odds and concluded there is no reward here worth. The River Pride did not retreat. The first rule of every Dominion male. A pride that retreats once declares to all of the Mara that it will retreat forever. Two tactics, two civilizations of war converging on a single point. Before it unfolds, understand precisely what is about to happen. Members fan outward from a starting point into an arc. Not all advance simultaneously. Some hold the flanks, some push the center, creating a shape that achieves both broad coverage and rapid convergence on demand. The Mara clan is maintaining a tactical acoustic map. Each individual always knows the relative position of the rest, allowing them to stay in the loop and adjust accordingly. This is a decentralized command structure. And the only weakness is disrupting the acoustic network. This is equivalent to breaking formation. Not through physical force, but by creating interference in the signal chain. The River Pride knows this. For the lions, their tactics showcase experience. 3 to 4 females moving in single file, approaching from downwind. So scent does not reach the target before footfall does. Standard formation. But there is a wild card that neither side can completely control. A buffalo herd, 200 strong. oblivious to the dispute, only concerned with water. The dry season has blanketed the entire Masai Mara. The heartland is depleted of sustenance. Newcomers have arrived. Their declarations signal strength and a hunger for territory. The kings of the River Pride are highly sensitive when their realm is threatened. They will go to lay down the law. The parting is not easy, but there is no other choice. This is the moment for a king to show his responsibility. The females can hunt, they can repel intruders, but they cannot stop a robust coalition of prime young males. The old lioness now becomes the backbone. She has an uneasy premonition. Because just like the dominant males, the sun is setting on them. The buffalo herd finished their watering cycle and departed at dusk. They left behind an empty arena and an eerily quiet atmosphere. Now, darkness takes over, and this is the domain of the Mara clan. Hyena eyes harvest light more efficiently in the dark. Their nervous system is tailored for navigation, under conditions where lion vision begins to lose its edge. The night is a battleground where the most intense conflicts unfold. At the final waterhole, the balance of power has completely shifted from its usual orbit. At the center of the open mud hole, the River Pride is left with only 4 females and their cubs. The young ones lack the speed to run and the strength to fight. The Mara clan, sensing their opponents' vulnerability. The 4 lionesses cannot establish their conventional defensive formation. But if they stand still, the cubs will be lost within minutes. They are forced to make an ultimate choice. A solitary burst of speed, piercing straight into the heart of the hyenas, where the network of whoops is densest. She willingly becomes the bait to buy time. And in that chaos, the remaining 3 lionesses immediately lead the cubs in a swift retreat, hiding deep in the thick brush far from the waterhole. The winds will sweep away the scent of the young ones, keeping them out of the enemy's radar. At the center of the waterhole, the trap has sprung. The matriarch is completely surrounded by dozens of hyenas. The lioness's stamina is drained. By midnight, the final roar of the queen falls silent. The Mara clan completely claims the waterhole. No truce occurs as it usually does. Tonight, an empire has won the day through numbers and ruthlessness. The standoff at the final waterhole ends. A kingdom has lost its brain and memory in exchange for the survival of the next generation. The price of water in a drought is not measured in drops. It is paid with the life of a ruler. For a whole week, triumphant whoops rang out, breaking the silence of the night. But power in the Mara is never a constant. It shifts with the footsteps of the prey. After a week, the atmosphere begins to change. The moisture in the wind increases. The Mara clan, with their keen sense of smell, detects the return of the small antelope herds. The neighboring land is gradually reviving after days of exhaustion. The pressure of survival forces the Mara clan to make a decision. They cannot cling forever to a mud hole with no meat. The crescent formation dissolves, and individuals scatter across the grassland to embark on a new hunt. And that is also when the kings return. The two male lions of the River Pride return from a long border patrol. Their dominant blood boils. The Mara clan is pushed back from the land they barely had time to possess. The River Pride reclaims their territory. Though missing a crucial piece, but now they will become stronger than ever. We often want a story to have a winner and a loser, but the Mara refuses to answer in such a simple way. Because the real question is not who won the battle at the final waterhole. The real question is, who is still here when the rain falls? And the answer is both. They survived the same question from two opposite sides. That is the Mara. And now, with everything you have just witnessed, the passing of the matriarch, the return of the males, and the harsh law of survival under the first rain of the season. Who do you think truly rules the Mara? The Mara clan or the River Pride? Leave your answer in the comments. We read every single one. This is the Nile crocodile. When the first dinosaurs emerged on Earth, the Nile crocodile was already present. When massive shifts moved 3/4 of the planet's life toward a close, the croc remained. Its current form is nearly identical to its ancestors from 200 million years ago. This was no stroke of luck. From the very beginning, it has been the ultimate predator. This is its domain, and it is waiting. Deep within the river's shadows, its heart continues to beat. Normally, 40 beats per minute. In its quiet state, 2. So slow that the pulse is barely present. No bubbles, no movement, no signs of activity. And when the moment arrives, in the water, the Nile crocodile is in a league of its own. But the Great Migration is drawing near. With tusks more imposing than a lion's, the hippo uses its weaponry for power struggles, rather than hunting. An assertive landlord weighing up to 1.5 tons, this giant lays down the law when it comes to its personal space. Despite appearing as a dormant boulder, this semi-aquatic giant is involved in roughly 500 fateful encounters each year. This figure makes them one of Africa's most formidable residents. When feeling provoked, the hippopotamus shows a pair of self-sharpening tusks. With a tremendous bite force ranging from 8,000 to over 9,000 newtons, they possess the strength to crush a skull as easily as a watermelon. In their world, there is no room for compromise. The most fascinating thing about this giant lies in how it moves beneath the surface. The truth is, the hippopotamus doesn't actually swim. Their dense bone structure and immense weight cause them to sink instantly, yet they have mastered a graceful walk along the riverbed. Utilizing the water's buoyancy, they take long strides like astronauts walking on the moon. However, behind that curious behavior lies a harsh and somber social structure. To maintain absolute dominance and ensure their lineage continues, dominant males often end the journey of a rival's offspring. This action forces females to return to their reproductive cycle quickly. It is a stern but effective evolutionary strategy to hold onto power. Along the Olifants River, the life of the hippopotamus is a symphony of contradictions between a calm facade and a primal intensity. The connection between the hippopotamus and the Nile crocodile is one of the most remarkable arrangements in nature's design. In terms of sheer might, the hippopotamus calls the shots in any direct engagement. Yet within that calm exterior lies unmatched strength, a bite force of 22,000 newtons. One of the most formidable tools ever crafted by nature, capable of breaking down the frame of any catch. The impressive nature of the Nile crocodile lies in how it can bide its time. By slowing its metabolism and holding its breath for 2 hours, it becomes one with the river, a phantom to those busy quenching their thirst. In the world of the Nile crocodile, the line between existence and the great beyond is as thin as a ripple on the water. A pride of lions. And the crocodiles. Two forces, two directions of engagement. A herd with nowhere to turn. As the antelope hit the water, the world beneath the surface erupts in unison. The Mara River remains stirred for a long while. Then all returns to silence. The crocodile sinks back down, satisfied and unhurried. The wildebeest continue their crossing, no other path. This is the Great Migration. This is the bounty the hunter has awaited all year. It will wait another year unless someone disrupts the balance. Back to the Great Migration. They are going the distance without pause. They simply cannot stop. Ahead lies the Mara River, a reason to persevere for one more season. But the Mara River is not theirs to claim. Every year, as the Great Migration reaches the edge, what follows is not a matter of choice. No wildebeest is eager to descend into those waters. No zebra is unaware of what lingers beneath the surface. Yet the pressure from behind outweighs the hesitation ahead. And so they take the plunge. One, then 10, then hundreds, until the entire river transforms into a churning brown surge. In those moments, the surface will yield. The presence lurking below has waited for this exact moment, having anticipated this well before the first wildebeest arrived at the bank. In a strategic partnership, blue wildebeest can sense his water from several kilometers away, while zebras serve as the true sentinels. Each zebra is a solid 300 kilograms of muscle. They keep their eyes peeled for even the slightest movement. In grasslands like the High Veld, zebras are ready to stand their ground. A perfect match, a survival alliance. Unlike the migratory lifestyle, this relative of the wildebeest continues to thrive with a helping hand from humans. During the late 19th century, hunters brought the Liechtenstein's hartebeest to the edge of disappearing from the region. It wasn't until the 1980s, when a conservation effort brought individuals back from Malawi, that the Liechtenstein's hartebeest could finally start a new chapter. Today, with just a few hundred left, spotting one is like winning the lottery in South Africa. They possess an unmistakable build. That sloping frame, similar to a hyena, provides incredible stamina when making a getaway. This is paired with an oddly long face and majestic S-shaped horns. In the tall grasslands, termite mounds serve as lookout towers, allowing them to spot potential trouble from a safe distance. This strategy still has its gaps. When a lioness begins a pursuit, she is also a remarkably persistent athlete. For swift and heavy targets, lions choose to work together to stack the deck in their favor. More enduring than a lion, they are the most relentless marathon runners. Their primary strategy is to wear down their prize through time. The strength of the spotted hyena also lies in the complex social structure of their clans. They use tactics to create commotion and then coordinate their efforts to bring down even powerful, full-grown zebras. At choke points, like the Mara River crossings, the hyenas simply wait with patience. Those who make it past the crocodiles will find themselves meeting these persistent hunters. But the spotted hyena's ultimate tool is a jaw with bone-crushing force reaching over 9,000 newtons. In the wild expanse, the hyena ensures that, within the cycle of the Great Migration, one's departure always provides life for another. Yet, regardless of their prowess on land, hyenas understand their boundaries well. There are places on this continent where even the largest hyena clan must think twice before venturing. Those borders are defined by what remains hidden in the depths. The hyena was fortunate. Their engagement took place only at the water's edge. Upon the delicate threshold between paradise and the abyss, the heart of northern Tanzania is vibrating to the rhythm of an ancient epic. The Maasai people call this place Siringet, the land of grasslands stretching to the very edge of the world. As the northeast monsoon awakens the migratory instinct, millions of hooves commence the greatest pilgrimage on the planet, headed toward the north. February. In a mere 3 weeks, as many as 8,000 new souls emerge every single day. This is the strategy of predator satiation. They arrive with such swiftness, in such abundance. And when those who seek nourishment are fully satisfied, the collective opportunity for the herd's endurance is secured. However, under the intense warmth of the equator, extreme levels of tension can occasionally trigger the phenomenon of maternal detachment. In the Serengeti, the dawn of existence is often marked by the hurried breath of a transition ever present by its side. As night descends, accompanied by the sudden tempests of the sub-Saharan realm, African wild dogs begin to emerge from their sanctuary. They do not possess explosive speed, but their secret lies in endurance hunting. Within the unexpected torrential downpour, the earth, stripping away the sprinting capabilities of the wildebeest. One exhausted individual ultimately finds it impossible to remain standing within the storm. As dawn arrives, the Serengeti rises once more. But for the wildebeest herd, there is no place for repose. They understand that time is truly the greatest adversary. The promised land of Kenya still lies hundreds of parched miles ahead. Amidst the frantic pulse of the migratory torrent, a new existence, the collective, must remain vigilant and offer its protection. The foal arrives. In a world governed by acute senses, the scent of birth is a silent summons to a banquet for the predators. The mother zebra has no more moments to spare. Those vigorous caresses are intended to activate the peripheral circulatory system and dissolve the olfactory signature. Within 15 minutes, the foal is compelled to stand firm upon its four limbs. At that moment, the fresh marathon of endurance truly commences. The migratory legion now stretches across 40 kilometers. But up ahead, Mara River. The waterway renowned as the Gauntlet of Destiny, at the boundary between existence and the Great Abyss. Those predators from the Jurassic era have waited with profound patience for half a year. For the young wildebeest, this is the trial of fortitude at the dawn of life that is most demanding. A formidable psychological weight, built by the tens of thousands behind them, compels the leaders to plunge into the rushing torrent in a state of overwhelming urgency. Here, the depth and the vigor of the current become the steadfast allies of the armored guardians. The Nile crocodile possesses a pressure of 5,000 pounds per square inch. In the defining moment, the energy radiating from the process of anaerobic metabolism within the muscles has released a final reservoir of strength, allowing this fortunate wildebeest to slip away from the final vortex. Yet the law of the great pilgrimage is already inscribed. It is destined to traverse this daunting gauntlet twice every year, repeating a sacred wager of survival. As long as the heart maintains its steady rhythm and the limbs retain the grace to outpace the eternal shadow. Traversing the radiant periphery of the arid Ngorongoro crater, the migratory legion finally reaches the promised land of Kenya. But remain vigilant, for every paradise possesses its loyal guardians. A solitary lion never unwisely ventures into the heart of the massive collective of life. Instead, he conceals himself upon the fringes of the commotion, utilizing sharp stereoscopic vision for target selection. A momentary lapse by the fugitive has been settled through the vital stream. Encounters with the observers are inevitable. The wildebeests will continue to momentarily enjoy these days of abundance, gathering their essence until the final droplets of water evaporate beneath the equatorial sun. At that moment, the ancient rhythm will once again compel them to return to Tanzania. It will be a pilgrimage of dust and thirst, where they are destined to reunite with their old acquaintances. beginning with the North Serengeti, the sovereign domain of approximately 100 cheetahs. Those who leave all other creatures behind in the relentless race for endurance, with only a single language: velocity. With a lightweight skeletal structure, immense lung capacity, and a flexible spine, the cheetah requires less than 2 seconds to reach a speed of 75 kilometers per hour, even peaking at 120 kilometers per hour, before the nervous system of its prey can transmit a signal of apprehension. To maintain this ultimate machine of speed, the cheetah requires at least 3 kilograms of sustenance every day. The malar stripes assist in absorbing the solar radiation, preventing any reflection. So that the eyes may remain locked on the objective. Even amidst the brilliance of the midday sun, 30 meters is the golden distance. But the air pressure undergoes a subtle shift. The instincts of the Thompson gazelle awaken, and though the moment is less than ideal, the cheetah is compelled to pursue. The balance of fate remains at 50-50. Yet the cheetah also possesses his own distinct mastery to pursue his preferred counterpart. The race reaches its conclusion. The cheetah has secured the vital fuel for his high-velocity engine. To endure within the savannah, merely being swift is not enough. You must be the ultimate embodiment of speed. However, the price to be paid is as immense as the velocity achieved. Just 1 minute is the threshold of metabolic overload. Breathing reaches 150 cycles per minute, and the body temperature rises to 40 degrees Celsius. This is the most delicate moment for the pursuer. The cheetah understands its position. The lioness is the apex predator, possessing sheer power and absolute dominance. In this realm, the one who finishes first in the race is sometimes merely the one who prepares the feast for the more formidable power. That is the reason why the male cheetahs oftentimes do not choose a solitary existence. They frequently form small coalitions consisting of 2 to 3 members who are brothers. However, the emergence of a coalition with as many as 5 members, entirely devoid of any biological kinship, is a phenomenon worthy of the profound attention of researchers. Why do the formidable choose to share their sovereign throne with those from outside their lineage? The territorial dominance of this Great Five extends across 400 square kilometers, 4 times larger than any singular domain that has ever existed in the North Serengeti. They have altered the equilibrium of the inherent food chain within the cheetah species. Even the massive male topis, or the most robust wildebeests, find themselves yielding. This is the way that the most magnificent pursuers harness every strength and seek to balance their vulnerabilities, to endure. In stark contrast to the triumphant majesty of the coalition of 5, a mother cheetah must solitarily provide for 4 young offspring, the silver mantle flowing along their spines, known as the mantle. They bear a striking resemblance to the honey badger, the most fierce and reckless creature of the savannah, whom even the lion regards with caution. Between a majestic lion and a daring honey badger, which pursuer do you believe commands more vigilance from its rivals? Returning to the devoted cheetah mother, sustaining lactation demands a colossal intake of calories. The mother cheetah must constantly relocate to conceal her young while unceasingly undertaking solitary and adventurous quests for sustenance. The governing instinct drives the great cats to execute the relentless strategy of interspecific competition. Within the crowded and narrow confines of the Serengeti, the boundaries of domains always overlap. Only one, out of 10 cheetah cubs, possesses the opportunity to endure until adulthood. That is a rare privilege, purchased with absolute vigilance and breathtaking escapes from the very first breath of existence. With a collective that can reach up to 40 members, this is the lion pride with the most formidable presence on the savannah. A majestic mane, it serves as a protective shield and also as an affirmation of masculine strength. But the lionesses are the true backbone of the pride's social structure. They are the pursuers, who are most versatile and wise, with an explosive velocity of up to 80 kilometers per hour within meticulously calculated, coordinated huntings. And that represents the greatest concern for the cheetah mother. When she unintentionally encroaches upon the sovereign domain of the monarchs, the mother cheetah is depleted of her vital energy. And is compelled to desperately deploy the strategy of distraction display to create a window of opportunity for her 4 young ones to seek safety. Yet in the final reckoning, only a single offspring continues its journey. In this realm, velocity may provide a momentary feast, but only fortitude can safeguard the promise of the future. But the lion is not the only concern. Talik River is a turbulent waterway. The youthful cheetahs to fail to perceive the lurking presence. The mastery of crypsis by the Nile crocodile has reached a pinnacle of perfection. It commands the art of buoyancy control to transform its formidable frame into a silent element of the landscape. Fortunately, the pre-programmed reflexes of the swiftest pursuer on the planet have allowed the cheetah to elude the shadows by a narrow margin. Yet this youthful cheetah was not granted such a fortunate grace. The river bestows the essence of life upon those who seek its waters. And also calls upon them to sustain the inhabitants of the flow. Such is the way the cycle of life revolves. Even the lion is not exempt from this relentless vortex. Beneath the surface, every advantage of muscle and the terrestrial agility of the great cat is rendered ineffective. Especially when it is a lion cub who has yet to reach maturity. Nevertheless, in the grand design of nature, the terrain is always the decisive hand. The Nile crocodile occasionally must depart from the water's embrace to engage in the process of thermoregulation. At this very moment, the strategic balance is instantly inverted. It has stepped into the domain where the lion reigns supreme. The steel-like scales of the crocodile become futile. The final one to challenge the lion is not any aggressive pursuer, but a creature full of paradox, a bird that defies every law of the heavens. The ostrich, the most magnificent bird on the planet. This 3-meter-tall being has renounced the ability to fly to race with destiny across the African plains for over 20 million years. With a long, flexible neck and eyes that are greater in dimension than its own mind, the ostrich effortlessly perceives the watcher behind the grass. While most avian species maintain a 4-toed structure, the ostrich retains only 2, minimizing friction with the earth to its essence and allowing its frame of over 100 kilograms to reach a velocity of 90 kilometers per hour. Every endeavor of the sovereign queen of the savannah vanishes into the void. Even in the most precarious of moments, the ostrich holds the final sanction, a thunderous strike from its powerful limbs. Serengeti is a battlefield woven from the evolutionary paradoxes between velocity, fortitude, and adaptation. The cheetah gambles everything on speed, yet must endure the bitter essence of losing the next generation to the brute force of a pride. The lion, the uncrowned monarch of the earth, becomes diminished and vulnerable before the Nile crocodile. And the ostrich, the one who harnesses vision, pace, endurance, and sheer power to subdue the talons of fate. Within this vast arena, there are only those who prevail to behold the dawn of tomorrow, and those who fall to sustain the eternal cycle of nature. The sole and ultimate law remains: run swifter, strive harder, and adapt more profoundly. Returning to the wild icon of the savannah, the power of the lion is not inherited in tranquility. It is a throne forged through conflict and purchased with the price of scars. There, the White Kings must sacrifice and engage in conflicts of manifold intensity. The snow-white coat is leucism, a mutational state. At the tyrosinase locus, belonging to the recessive gene group, distinguished from the sensitivity and the diminished vision of albinism. The white lion retains all other pigments upon its physical form. To the indigenous Shangaan people, the white lions are the star lions, emissaries from the heavens, sent down to preserve the equilibrium of the sacred Timbavati lands. However, that beauty, as if emerging from legend, inadvertently strips away the gift of camouflage. This prominence does not merely alert the objective, depriving the hunt of the element of surprise, but also attracts rivals, longing to eliminate the anomaly. If granted the choice, would you favor the majestic countenance of a star lion, or choose the common yet effective tawny coat? Within the kingdom of relentless elimination, a solitary entity bearing the shroud of white might easily succumb to the laws of concealment. Yet, a formidable pride will serve as an unyielding shield to shelter this paradox, allowing it to tread with defiance. The lion is the solitary great cat upon the planet to establish an organized and profoundly cohesive social architecture. Their fortitude resides not merely within the sharpened talons or the colossal sinews, but within the social bonds and the absolute instinct to safeguard their kin. Typically, the authority of the pride resides with the male lions. Yet at times there exists another form of sovereign power, more silent, more acute, and more mathematical in nature. That is the reign of the lioness. She does not possess the physical manifestation of a monarch in the conventional sense, yet she governs through a strategic depth that far transcends any form of pure muscular might. Without the sanctuary of a family, the solitary lioness commenced her journey as a nomadic lioness. And she tempered her instincts into a weapon of singular precision. Through her acute intuition and an innate capacity to command allegiance, she gathered other wandering lionesses, individuals who had been cast out or had lost their kin, to lay the foundation for an entirely new dynasty. Under her guidance, they were forged into the ultimate warriors. Within the pursuit, the queen commands her warrior sisters. With absolute precision, with patience, and in utter silence. No quarry can evade an ambush. of such meticulous positioning, timing, and profound synergy. Through this, the Queen and her pride govern a territory exceeding 50 square kilometers, right within the heart of the Masai Mara. An autonomous kingdom, rich in water sources and quarry, yet also a constant objective for ambitious outsiders. When a formidable nomadic male emerges, with the intent to usurp the throne, the Queen immediately demonstrates that leadership is the ultimate weapon. The challenger, though possessing the raw power of a monarch, is ultimately forced to retreat in ignominy before a collective guided by a genius mind. Beyond being a formidable warrior or a cunning strategist, the Lion Queen is also a magnificent mother of the savannah. She nurtures her first lineage, instilling within them the codes of life. She has etched into their consciousness an eternal truth: wisdom, patience, and solidarity. Shall always hold a more vital station than mere muscular force. She continues to compose the epic of herself and her pride through resilient existence and a grand vision, a crownless queen, yet one of profound power over the African lands. Meanwhile, in the Serengeti, there remain relentless conflicts for sovereignty waged by formidable monarchs. They are a male coalition, impossible to subdue. Led by a displaced prince, bearing upon himself the scars of past defeats, yet his eyes still burn with a fierce dominance drive. Beside him stands a battle-hardened vanguard. Together, they conquer across the vast plains in pursuit of a kingdom, worthy of their ultimate ambition, where their roar shall become the solitary law. A clash of talons and explosive muscular force erupts as this coalition stands in direct confrontation with the former monarch of the land, until the absolute authority of the displaced prince claims victory. The Valley of Blood and Fire is born. The coalition asserts its dominance through coordinated pursuits. That far transcend any conventional biological limits. They do not dissipate their energy upon effortless objectives. The ambition of the coalition is directed squarely at the most resilient and perilous beings. coalition overwhelmed the near-ton titan in a mere heartbeat. Harnessing their combined mass and enveloping maneuvers to neutralize the horns of destiny. But the pinnacle of power and the essence of audacity is the confrontation with the African elephant. It is a definitive affirmation. Sent unto the whole of the Serengeti, no living being lies beyond the reach of the coalition. A new apex predator force has truly ascended, and their roar shall resonate eternally. In the chronicles of this wild expanse, as an epic of strength and ultimate solidarity. Time of the kick is a mere 15 milliseconds, 10 times faster than the blink of a human eye. The impact force is 5 times the bird's body weight, sufficient to shatter the skull or snap the snake's spine instantly. They also utilize their broad wings as a shield to distract and deflect the snake's strikes. Another intelligent hunting strategy of the secretary bird is hunting at the fire line. During the dry season, as natural fires sweep across the grasslands, the secretary bird waits at the flame's edge. They snatch small animals fleeing in panic from the blaze. Though a symbol featured on the South African coat of arms representing protection and vigilance, secretary bird numbers are dwindling. They are classified as endangered globally. The loss of grassland habitat is the greatest threat to these flamboyant karate fighters. 4. The bush elephant and the river of giants. Leaving far behind the arid plains of Satara, we seek the source of life, Kruger's intricate network of rivers, the Sabi, the Olifants,